So let's just jump into it. I will have this VOD up on the VOD's channel as well. So if you miss anything, no worries. The Pillar of Autumn.
Sorry for the quick thaw, Master Chief. Things are a little hectic right now. The disorientation should pass quickly. Welcome back, sir.
So we do have the different jumpsuit models for the crewmen.
Look around the room.
Another thing about every model in this version is they're all like slightly lower poly. It's a little bit interesting. This feels a little quiet to me. Actually, we'll leave it.
Vital signs look normal. No freezer burn. Okay, sir, go ahead and...
One other thing you may not have noticed, unless like you look down, is the model in the cryotube is a white chief model instead of the green model. So if you never if you never noticed that, there's also no getting out animation, so it just fades to white. You also go right here in retail. You're actually right here. And yeah, you can just see it's the white model. It's the same one that's over here. If you like do this in retail, you'll see the white models here as well. It's just also in that one there.
I know the ordnance techs usually take care of your targeting sensors, but we're short of time, Chief.
What do you mean, does it change right as you get out?
Flashing panels to target them. When you lock on, it'll change color.
So these flashing lights are a little interesting as well. They're like slightly offset. One, they use a different like blinking animation, but if you look at them, they're like actually slightly offset. They're like all off center. It's a little bit weird. And they're also using like a different flashing color palette. It's a little interesting.
Okay, that looks good.
Hey, Chris. No, you are normal, Chief. So yeah, no, the model in here is just a static model. It doesn't actually change your real model. It's a little bit weird. So here's something interesting as well. So you probably just heard Sam say, I'm gonna try inverting your looking spin so you can see if you like it better that way. I am not actually inverted right now. I am looking up and down normally with the mouse. This was completely broken in 1749, so they did not have the ability to change your invert looking spin like in that build. So looking up and down doesn't actually change regardless of what Sam says. So you can look at that again. Look, vertical looking angle is now inverted, which is not. You can try it the other way. No matter what you do, it doesn't matter. It will always remain inverted. So, or uninverted, I mean. So it doesn't really matter what you do here. This wasn't yet finished in 1749. But what's really interesting is this developer message that's going to come up. So the way that this works in the retail version of MCC is a big pop-up will come up and it'll say, basically tell you how to like change your controller settings, like pause, go to the settings and do all this stuff to change your looking spin. That's like hard coded in MCC. I could not for the life of me figure out how to change that. So naturally there is a big message to playtesters that comes up here that's pretty iconic in 1749. So I had to come up with a different solution to display it. So I'm going to let it play and then I will say what I had to do to make that work.
Okay, I'll leave the pitch inverted.
Not inverted.
You can change it yourself later. I'm ready for the...
Attention playtest participants. If you would like to change your controller settings, ask a playtest staff member for assistance. So, to get that to show up, do you guys know what chapter titles are? So, you know like on Halo, when you hit the reunion tour and you get the black bars and you get the big reunion tour text at the bottom right? That's what that is. That attention playtesters is just a chapter title. Basically, I made it really big at the center of the screen and then painted it blue text and had it pop up for a few seconds before fading. So all that is a chapter title because I could not get like the in-game MCC help text to display the playtester message. So I had to get a little creative with that one. That's probably the most hacked solution I had to do in this entire mod. And yeah, that's what that is.
Okay, bring his energy shields online, please.
Is this on Ledge? No, this one's on normal. I am planning a legendary playthrough at some point, though.
All right. Okay, sir. Bring them down to test the automatic recharge.
So you do get the different recharge sounds. Very weird.
Captain, we'll have to skip the weapons diagnostics, and aye, sir.
I love the like keys like interrupts him a little bit earlier.
Okay, I'll leave the self-diagnostics running, please. Good idea. You'd better get to your evac group, Sam. Affirmative. I just have to reset the computer and I'm out of here. Oh, God.
So something really interesting, if you never look up there, the door will never explode until like a while, so it's like really delayed. If you look up here at any time beforehand, it'll play out a lot faster. It's like based on where you're looking. So if you're looking down here, it like goes really slow like that. But if you look up here, it like explodes instantly, and you'll actually get double dialogue with Sam up there. The other interesting thing is the Elite has a needler in retail Pillar of Autumn. There are no needlers on the map at all. Like not even in the map file. Like they were completely gone. So it's kind of interesting that like both elites and some grunts have needlers on this level, which is a little unique.
Come on, this way.
So one other thing that like you may not have like noticed playing this as well is the explosion sounds are frag grenade sounds. They had actual like custom explosion sounds when they originally like in the final game, but in this version they just used static frag grenade sounds. So here's the secret death sequence. This is a secret game over that's unique to this build. This bulkhead is closed by default in retail. And if you get in here before it closes, you'll see like an explosion in the distance. So that's like the secret game over. So that just like instantly reverted me back there. I think I missed the explosion you can see in there. Or I already triggered it. I think I already triggered it, yeah. So you just get completely instantly reverted. So basically the implication there is those explosions just like instantly killed you essentially. It's a little cool game over sequence. I think the reason they cut it was they just didn't have time to finish it, because that's kind of unfinished if you don't actually you actually don't know what they're like trying to do there. I've heard that a lot, Gold Cup. I've heard a lot of people say the crewman jumpsuits look a lot better. They're a little bit low poly and low res, but like I mean they could easily just redraw this to be upper scaled. But I've heard that a lot. Like people like the this version of the crewman jumpsuits. So here's an example of the AI being a lot more aggressive.
That's the best you can do.
This is not how this is supposed to go. So just being close to elites causes them to enrage. So he's scripted to run down the hall into that door, and then the door closes. But because their AI is more aggressive,
Want some more?
he just runs in here because he just instantly enrages, which leads to this little funny sequence. Oh, I didn't realize he could actually die. So anyway, now they're frozen in time. So here's the lighting. This is basically lighting that was never finished. So like it doesn't have any baked lighting. It looks really bad in MCC. So what I wound up doing was I created a one-pass radiosity. If you don't know what radiosity is, it's basically how you do baked lighting in games. And one pass looks really bad, as you can see. But it was really dark when I did the one pass. So what I actually did was I took the light map from the one pass radiosity and just overexposed the hell out of it to make it look really bright.
Sure, the captain needs you on the bridge ASAP. Better follow me.
But it still like retains the in-game level shading, which is sort of what you're seeing. Why it's like shaded, not just fully white.
Where's my team? Can't hide from me.
That is Johnson's voice actor on this Marine.
Captain Keyes is waiting for us, sir.
So this Marine's funny because he literally has like 3 different voice actors in that one sequence. He has, I think it's Mendoza or Vicente, and then Fitzgerald, and then also Johnson, which is kind of funny. All right, so this cutscene coming up was an absolute pain in the ass to get working. I had to really play around because the AI in this engine's a lot more, is just different. So it took a while to get them to like do their proper things. They would like be looking off in the distance or looking over there, like looking in the complete wrong direction most of the time. So it took a lot to actually get it to work properly.
Captain Keyes.
Good to see you, Master Chief. Things aren't going well. Cortana did her best, but we never really had a chance.
A dozen Covenant superior battleships against a single Halcyon-class cruiser. With those odds, I'm content with 3... make that 4 kills. Sleep well?
No thanks to your driving, yes.
So you did miss me.
Report!
Fire control for the main cannon is offline. Nothing of consequence hit us before the detonation. It must have been one of their boarding parties. I'd guess an antimatter charge.
Hull breach! Hull breach on decks 11 and 12!
Captain, the cannon was my last offensive option.
All right, then. I'm initiating Cold Protocol Article 2. We're abandoning the Autumn. That means you too, Cortana.
While you do what? Go down with the ship?
In a manner of speaking. The object we found, I'm gonna try and land the Autumn on it.
With all due respect, sir, this war has enough dead heroes.
I appreciate your concern, Cortana, but it's not up to me. The protocol is clear.
Chief like glitches out
Destruction
there.
or capture of a shipboard AI is absolutely unacceptable, and that means you're leaving ship. Lock in a selection of emergency landing zones, upload them to my neural lace, and then sort yourself for a heart transfer.
Aye, aye, sir.
Which is where you come in, Chief. Get Cortana off this ship. Keep her safe from the enemy. If they capture her, they'll learn everything. Force deployment, weapons research. Earth.
I understand.
Pacing is so bad in this cutscene.
The Autumn will continue evasive maneuvers until you initiate a landing sequence. Not that you'll listen, but I'd suggest letting my subroutines handle the final approach.
Excellent work, Cortana. Thank you. Are you ready?
Yank me.
I'll see you on the surface.
I remember more empty space.
And then it just ends. So, so Keyes does actually use the pipe in retail. This one right here to be exact. I think he like holds it and like does some stuff with it. But yeah, these are all cutscene objects. For some reason, 1749 cutscene objects just like spawn in despite them not supposed to be. I had to manually spawn these in, by the way, these cutscene objects. So that's like I had to break the game to make it broken like 1749. So for some reason, just cutscene objects just like remain in the world for some reason, including like this is Cortana's like when she appears, that's like that effect. That's just in here as well. Oh, I know. Don't worry. I'm going to do it. Pearl white color instead of, yeah, so that's kind of what that is. And yeah, I never noticed that it had a different color, but that's interesting. I just kind of brought over the models wholesale in that sense. But yeah, no, Keyes' pipe is like in his mouth the entire time during the cutscene as well. There is some things that I'm like, I wasn't able to get working that I'm still kind of like, I'm hoping to get working at some point, which is when this guy said like there's a hull breach, he's supposed to turn his head, but he, for some reason, like models moving their heads in MCC does not seem to work correctly, and I'm not sure why. I'm still kind of working through that. So that is like one broken thing at the moment. That I'd like to fix at some point, but yeah, you actually don't get a pistol from Keyes in this build. You actually get it over here.
About time you showed up. What the?
Right there. So you can go back. Yeah, honestly, I like that. It makes a lot more sense than what they end up doing. But yeah, you can kill Keys still.
What's wrong with you?
Nothing actually happens except he makes this derpy little face. Whoops. There we go. Makes this derpy little face. So you can kill him. It doesn't cause the whole funny thing to occur.
There's one. Sorry. Back me up. Right shot. Hey. What? Careful.
This feels slightly too loud, so I'm going to lower it slightly.
You got me? I got a shot.
Right, yeah, right. I forgot. CE is just a little bit louder. I'll do 65. I forgot CE's a little bit louder than the rest of the games for some reason. So again, they berserk when you just walk close to them. Like so. Doesn't have to like have low health in order for that to happen, which is kind of funny. So, yep. So this is the only section in this level where I believe it is non-baked lighting. It should go back to normal. I don't know why they finished some parts but not others. Oh, this is interesting.
What the hell? Did something just hit us? Move it! Back to the airlock!
So here's a model of the Marines that didn't wind up getting used anywhere in the game. They're also not wearing they're also wearing their combat fatigues. I didn't realize that could happen. It's pretty interesting. There is no OS in these yet. There's not a lot of health ammo pickups like literally anywhere.
Sorry.
It's probably the Marines that came from the cafeteria to come and kill you, because you do get aggro if you kill them, too many of them, just via the normal in-game aggro. Most complicated level to bake? The most complicated level to do lighting for is Library. Library is the most complex level in terms of its geometry in general. And I mean, I ran full radiosity on this level just to test it, and it does, like, work. So I'm not really sure why they didn't do it. They were probably still working out the geometry and didn't want to do, like, it takes a while to run lighting. Yeah, that's more likely what Colgup said. I think it's just more they were trying to get it out to play testers and they didn't really have time to run the full thing.
The cavalry has arrived.
So here's the there's a different shield. What's the word I'm looking for? Like an effect here. It's like kind of unique. It feels very similar. Like this kind of looks like how it like the old Gearbox version of it, which is interesting.
Where are they?
Probably a graphical glitch that was being fixed. Yeah, there's like a lot of things. Like for example, this that are they were still working on things. This is like a little I don't even know what the hell is happening here. I wonder if I could see on the other side. No, it's not really clear. So over here is there's supposed to be like a couple crewmen fleeing Covenant. They sort of changed this. Just they changed that a bit after this build. It's just kind of like a standard encounter here. It's also very dark over there. I'm not really sure why. And no pistol ammo. They don't give you like any pistol. That would die seeing that in a ship product, yeah. This was not meant to be seen by anyone except playtesters. This is not meant for public release. Nothing about this is supposed to be for public release. It was actually, this whole build was leaked back in 2020. And like you needed to soft mod an Xbox to play it and like load the files on it. So yeah, no, this is not, this was never meant, not even in a demo form for people to ever play. Am I excited for TNR? Yeah, no, the AI is super, like, weirdly responsive. They were still dialing in the AI. It's like this on like, the OG Xbox, too. They just, like... the reason why is the AI in this build can see, like, 140 degrees around themselves. So, like, their peripheral vision is insane. So they just see you instantly, and they also react instantly. Like, they don't have, like, a short while before they react to seeing you. They just react instantly. Am I excited for TNR? I'm not on Legendary right now. This is just kind of a playthrough to talk through, like, a bunch of the stuff about the build. So I think I'm just on normal right now. Maybe I'll upgrade to heroic if this winds up being too easy, but yeah. So here's a little unused area. I thought they were gonna... I think there's, like, supposed to be some stuff over here based on some other geo that's, like, far in the distance, but they wound up cutting it. Did I build the maps with Tool or Invader? I used Tool to build the maps, but I used Invader to like, extract and edit the tags and stuff.
Warning, blast doors closing.
This part plays out fairly similar, except it doesn't have the... there is code to have the life pods launch, but for some reason it never plays out. I never actually looked into that. Yeah, it's not that I don't trust it, it's just that I know Tool works, and it was just easier, honestly, to just stick with what I know. This is actually an unused dialogue line. The one where he's talking about abandoned ship. So here's kind of what I'm talking about. There's like a whole extra life pod thing here. That's kind of jutting out, including right here. So they were going to have this be a lot longer originally. This was just kind of left over. There's also some stuff down here. It's a little interesting. This might be from a room down below, though. That might not necessarily be a extra area. The pistol hack, I'm not sure what you're referring to. Oh, you can go into either one of these doors. There's no nav point, but if you just walk up to it, either one will open. Just kind of funny to not have that one open.
I'm detecting Covenant movement outside the access ways. Activating motion tracker. Let's find a safe exit.
Port over the lighting errors from TNR and keys. I believe so, yeah. I think I know the lighting errors you're referring to.
They're right on top of us. Let's find another way through.
Here's another part, yeah. So the idea here is you walk up to each of them.
We're too close. We need to find another route.
And Cortana, like, gives you dialogue lines until eventually...
Motion tracker shows all clear.
Boom. This door never actually opened in the original 1749. You have to teleport over here. The reason why is this, like, whole script that, like, locks all these doors and, like, monitors when you, like, get close to them is it was a continuously running script. So Cortana would unlock this door, it would open a little bit, and then the script would repeat and it would instantly lock it again. So that's why it opened a little bit and then stop. So that was a bit of a funny find. Jason Jones hacked the pistol spread. Imagine it wasn't 1749, but Tool probably is still applying it to the compiled map. Very possible. That's a good point. I did not look into that. Are you talking like the make the pistol spread a lot worse? I actually have no idea if it's in 1749 or not. That's one thing like, I didn't wind up looking into. Yeah, exactly. So this, I believe this area is closed in retail, but I can't remember. I think that's like a little bonus area. The pistol hack is that bug that somehow made it into the final build but didn't exist in 1749. Okay, interesting. That might actually be in here then. So that one of those elites does have a needler, which is, again, very unique to this build to have needlers on this map at all. That's good to know, though. If y'all send me some info on the pistol spread, I mean, I can probably figure out how to unhack it. Oh, yeah. The elites are great. So he's just going to instantly see me and react like that. A little bit less so, actually, which was... I know on Legendary he is, like, insane. So you can squeeze your way through that door, but they did intend to block you off there. Little example of, let's see if I can kill these guys. A little example of different marine models too. They can just spawn without like shoulder or leg guards. I think they all have leg guards at the moment. This one kind of doesn't have the front guard, but yeah. The Needler is really good in this build as well. I think a lot of people have been... Like, this is like the tool to use on Legendary because it shoots so fast and its range for magnetism, like, extends really far. Like, I could be all the way back here. I have a red reticle, so it's not the most... On Halo, I can probably show it a lot better. But it's, like, really good in this version. That door is locked. You actually have to go around. I wonder as well, probably because they'd have to, like, polish all the models. All the models, except for the Covenant, are kind of low res. So they'd have to go through and, like, make them high res, and they probably just ran out of time when they were working on that. And level just ends.
This wasn't a good idea. I should never have left the Pillar of Autumn. You're awake. Can you move?
No Joe's cool-ass cinematic, yeah. There's a flag in the scenario tag that stops the tool applying it. Okay, that's good to know. I'll go back. I probably don't have that checked because it probably... If it didn't exist in 1749 when the tags were extracted, it was just nulled out. So I can probably... Yeah. So, did they remove the different armor possibilities for the sake of keeping BRAM usage down? It might be what Shanix is saying, probably for visual clarity. There's no difference between a Marine with less armor and a Marine with more armor from like an HP perspective. So they're probably like, just keep it all the same because they have the same health anyway. Maybe they intended at one point to like have different health, but it didn't wind up happening. Some different Cortana takes as well. I think I missed it. I'm going to restart and just play through this again just to sort of highlight that. It's not like different lines. Well, it is kind of different lines, but it's like a different like sort of take that Cortana says.
This wasn't a good idea. I should never have left the Pillar of Autumn. You're awake. Can you move?
Just kind of interesting. A lot of them feel like they were like takes that like she kind of really wanted another one, and yeah, it's like a lot of different stuff there.
Warning. I've detected multiple Covenant dropships on approach. I recommend moving into those hills. If we're lucky, the Covenant will believe that everyone aboard this lifeboat died.
If you don't throw that grenade, that little pop-up will be there forever.
The ring's ecosystem is incredibly sophisticated.
So if you stick around too long, the banshees will spawn. Another thing about statics will have physics.
Alert, Covenant dropship inbound. We must be looking for survivors. I recommend immediate evasion.
Yeah, I don't really know why the Needler in this is actually quite good because it has a lot of ammo and it shoots like right away. So I think I got over here in time, but this this dropship, if you try to leave through the hills without facing it, will actually go forward and cut you off. So it goes from there all the way over to here. This happens regardless if he sees you or not. So, like, you have to fight these guys either way. On Legendary, there will be an Elite, too. On Legendary, this is particularly bad because you have very not good weapons to deal with these guys. Some jackals will spawn behind you as well, which is interesting. I think they're different if you... there's like a whole nother different sequence. Like if you do the speedrun strat, there'll be a whole different encounter here, which is kind of interesting. That encounter is intended if you stay behind and kill all the enemies on that dropship and like stay over there and then walk over here, you'll actually get another encounter up here. Actually, I'm going to hang on to the Needler. Yeah, it was ultimately cut. But this encounter right here doesn't spawn. If you stay back and you kill all the enemies on that dropship, you will get this encounter here, which isn't like you get more enemies to fight if you do that. Yeah, this Needler's interesting as well because if you don't fully unload it and then you reload, its reload is like super glitchy. It's like really weird. And then if you fully empty it, it's different kind of glitchy, so it's like two different glitchy reloads. It's a little interesting. And then this plasma pistol is obviously... It starts really bright and then dims, and... I mean, this is obviously just not done yet.
I'm reading a lifeboat beacon over the next hill. We should check to see if there are any survivors.
So here's an example of the Needler being ridiculous. It is tracking all the way from over here. So you can just stay... So on Legendary, you can just stay really far back and do this, and they'll never be able to hit you, but the Needler will hit them. It's absolutely ridiculous. I think that maybe it's the range is that good in retail. I don't remember. But the fact that it just shoots at max speed right away makes it really good. And so in this section as well, getting a Johnson spawn is completely RNG. If you get a Johnson spawn, you do get the full dialogue. I'll take that shotgun. I'm actually gonna do this. So shotguns on Halo as well. But yeah, if you do get a Johnson spawn here, you will get the whole "it's a mess, sir" and that kind of thing, which is they made the Johnson spawn guaranteed in retail for that reason. So the shotgun isn't that great in this build. On this level in particular, I mean, it's a long range level. It doesn't make any sense. Shanix, thank you so much for the 1 month. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Enjoy the emotes and the ad-free Twitch experience, because Twitch is really wants you to play ads. Yeah, thank you so much. So one other thing that's kind of funny about these is, and I had to hack this in manually because this was actually fixed, was when the drop ships come in. Where is it? There it is. Came for the ads? Dude, if you're here for the ads, I mean, you're in the right place. is the doors just open while it's standing here, so you can just kill them while they're right here. I've been noticing a lot of people doing this on Legendary. As they would just kill them that way. Just watch out for that thing, because that thing shoots really fast.
Cover fire!
The Banshees are pilotable in this version. There's also no go to hell trigger, so if you fly up really high, it doesn't turn off your input or anything.
All right. The cavalry has arrived. Whoa, cover me. Let 'em get it.
Drop skip also works in this as well. If you kill those two ships fast enough, this ship will delete. That same bug exists here, which makes sense. I mean, that wouldn't have been something they would find during playtesting, I imagine. All right, I'm gonna. The shotgun's just garbage on this level, at least. Hey, Helpless. The plasma grenade is slightly different. This is not a good situation. In that there's the electric sparks and the weird, like, opacity effect on the lighting. I think I know what they were trying to do with the opacity effect. It just kind of shows up really wrong. You can get dialogue here, by the way. So there's no dialogue this time. It's if you have the right Marine, you will get like the full dialogue here with Foehammer coming in. So it's kind of like 2 bits of RNG. If you get a Johnson spawn, you'll get the main dialogue. If you have the right Marine here, you'll get this whole dialogue sequence. Shotgun shoots 2 less pellets. Yep. It does slightly less damage as well. So it's like kind of twofold.
This cave is not a natural formation. Someone built it.
The Warhog also does a lot of, like, for some reason it's like, it just generates a lot of sparks. It's like the way that its collision meshes just kind of intersects really weirdly. It's also a lot more slippery.
I'm going to use your suit's transcom system to monitor their chatter.
Yeah, it's, yeah. A muffled charger. Yeah. I think Garish said that, like, the Warthog sounds like an actual car, which is kind of, yeah, like it doesn't have that kind of stylistic, You do kill everyone, you do get dialogue here. I don't remember if it was in retail or not. I think it was. Ambush! I'm not sure either if you can skip the first area and still have the level work. By the way, I actually don't know. I never actually tried that. I love the different voices. I didn't see very many people notice this either. Many of these buttons don't have string entries, so press E to touch device, need a string entry here. Cause an insta-kill by touching it. So, the super broken physics of the vehicles in, like, the 1749 and OG Xbox, that is largely fixed in this engine. So, I mean, the Banshee's still really glitchy, but stuff like your vehicles would get stuck in walls and, like, stop and be really weird and hard to use. That is fortunately not a thing here. That would be way... yeah. Oh, he died. Interesting. Oh, by the way, I am on the latest patch for this mod. I did fix the whole, like, final 3 areas here. That it was completely broken was essentially what was happening. Not my fault. 1749 is also extremely broken apparently. So I did wind up fixing that. Little bonus. So the only explanation I have for why this little dead end exists is they were gonna have this be a lot more maze-like, and they just sort of didn't finish it and then just blocked it off because they were like, well, we're not doing anything with it. There's another one right there. It's just another dead end as well, which is... and non-baked lighting. There is no music in this entire build, by the way, except for like a couple areas on Pillar Bottom. Those are like the only music you get.
Lifeboat detected. No sign of survivors.
These frag grenades weren't actually here in the OG 1749, but they're in the map files. For some reason, in OG 1749, objects would like fall through the map, which is why you'd have like a whole bunch of different items in weird areas. So obviously that was fixed in, you know, this engine, but that's why like so many different yeah. Oops. So, like I said, I did just fix this, so you can go down here and kill the Marines if you want now. There is an unused dialogue sequence here if you do this.
Echo 419 to Cortana. This is Fohammer. Cortana, do you read? We weren't able to save any Marines, Echo 419. Stay on station until we call in. Damn. Acknowledge, Cortana. Fohammer out.
So that's like a different take they used. You do get dialogue there in retail, it's just a completely different take. They just didn't call the function that creates the black bars. I don't know. They were still working on it, I guess. I might die here. Holy shit. Alrighty, if you are on Twitch, an ad is going to play in like 5 minutes. Not my fault. Twitch just kind of forces your hand on this, so... Twitch Turbo, sub to the channel, or, you know, find a way to ad block plus the ads or something. So, see if I can use a better weapon that has better projectile tracing. Somewhere around here, it like gets stuck. It's like, there it is. I think I just saw it. Yeah, right here. The collision mesh for this is like all messed up, so your projectiles don't actually like go through certain points. It's really weird. Music would still be in work. Yeah, I imagine that like music's probably like one of the last things that gets put in. So that's why like they were waiting on that. This area is like marked complete. I can leave whenever I want. Oh shit. So those banshees spawned in because this area was marked complete.
Roger that.
So I'm just gonna kill him and leave.
Echo 419 to Cortana. This is Fohammer. Cortana, do you read? We weren't able to save any Marines, Echo 419.
I'm just gonna leave.
Stay on station until we call it.
Oh,
Acknowledge, Cortana.
Luna, aggress me the first team first. Doesn't mean you're actually first. One other thing, I saw, nobody noticed this, by the way, which was a little surprise. Oh shit. Which was a little surprising. Damn, dude, the sniper does work on these things. No one noticed this, but there's a different reticle for the Warthog turret. It's very subtly different to the original, to the one that was in the final game. Very subtly different. I saw like no one notice it. And here's like all the really stupid, glitchy... I don't know what the fuck they were thinking with this. This was like... I think they were like, it's like rubble. It's really rocky. So rocky, uneven terrain is what they were like trying to do there. But I mean, it doesn't work very well.
Survivors detected.
So there is some unused dialogue here. You kill all these enemies. Think I got it.
Do you see him?
Stand by, Marine.
There it goes.
I've called Echo 419 for evac. We should dust off shortly.
Keep your voice down. They're out there.
Who's out there? I can't detect any Covenant forces in the vicinity.
I don't know. They're monsters or something. Invisible monsters.
So I think the invisible monsters they're referring to are stealth elites, like camo elites. No camo elites actually show up anywhere on this level, which is
Sir, I've got a Covenant dropship down there.
why I imagine they, I guess, cut it. I think like they were originally gonna have like the stealth elites appear a lot sooner, like in this level, so that's why that dialogue line exists, but it never wound up really happening. So one thing that like might be cool that I might do, as far as like cut content goes and that kind of stuff, is after he says that and like you have to go back out to go kill these things, it might be fun to like have a stealth elite encounter right there, just like spawn in some stealth elites that then fight you. As like their introduction instead of in Silent Cartographer. So I do want these guys to be in combat because I don't want aggro, but I do want to kill them. This might be a bit tricky here. Sorry about the ad break. It'll be over in 3 minutes. Okay, looks like they're going in. This is good. I want them to fight. Oh, that's not good.
Show me what you got.
Shit, I might die. Okay, I'm good. I just want these guys in combat. Okay, don't kill me. Oh, shit. Okay, that's okay. This is fine. So I'm just gonna kill them right away. You do get a funny thing when you kill the Marines here. I don't want aggro, because there's some more dialogue over in River that I want to play out. You still get aggro points if you nade them out of combat, which is more than enough to give you aggro. So that dialogue is like for when you complete an area normally, but we killed the Marines. For some reason, they didn't like have dialogue that played out there correctly. So it's like you finished the area normally. It's a little weird. Oh, chuck a nade towards the Covenant. I needed them to be in combat with the Marines.
Let's hurry and find the final lifeboat so we can link up with the rest of the survivors. There's some Marines hiding in the hills above the structure.
Then there's this guy.
You're a sight for sore eyes, Chief. We're in a bad way. We've got wounded here.
I'll call in a dropship to pick them up.
I think I got a few of those Covenant bastards, but I'm hit. Take my sniper rifle, sir.
Snap out of it! Where?
You can get them to... Yep, there they go. So I think the reason they cut this same thing happens in retail too. They just couldn't get them to stop fucking T-posing, which is why I'm guessing they decided to, you know, axe that. I don't know if he always does. Hi, welcome back from the ad. You didn't miss much. In fact, TNR is kind of the big thing anyway. Rigging back in the Dino era. Yes, Red Centurion. That is exactly why, I believe. That's what it seems like, at least. Dandy, thank you so much for the tier 1. Appreciate it. Enjoy the emotes and the ad-free experience because Twitch sucks. And I will keep shit-talking them until they allow me to run no ads. So I did fix this area as well. Just this whole thing. Like, it will no longer fly away and have a big timeout and all that stuff. It's just, it stays here, and this happens for all 3 areas. So this part is actually fixed now.
We should move out, Lieutenant. Let's get these Marines to safety, and then we'll need your help on our way.
It is now fully working. It is perfect. There's nothing wrong with anything. This is just a completely normal cutscene. I feel you, Dandy. Trust me, I don't want to do it. That's good to know, Red Centurion. I'll have to remember that. So, the Pelican's a little interesting as well. Kind of has like these thrusters that kind of curve like this instead of what's normal. And a whole bunch of unused dialogue. This is going to take a while.
We're in Covenant territory now. All ground troops are clear of the ramps, Pilot. We'll radio for resupply when we're inside the Covenant ship. Roger that. Move into observation distance. Sergeant, let's not go in guns blazing. You and your men hang back while the Chief and I scout up ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
According to the topographic surveys I've obtained from the Covenant Battle Network, we should be able to access the Covenant battlecruiser, Truth and Reconciliation, on foot. Head through the series of plateaus and foot trails up ahead. Stick to the higher ground to the right. We should be able to recon the Covenant position without being spotted.
Now you might be thinking it's done, but wait.
Warning. I've detected Covenant stationary guns near the next pass. I recommend using your sniper rifle to take out the gunners while I call for Marine support.
Cortana to Fire Team Charlie. This is Cortana. Do you read?
Fire Team Charlie, read you 555. Go ahead.
Get ready to move in to support us, Sergeant. The Master Chief is going to covertly take out as many of the Covenant as he can. Don't open fire until you hear the enemy return fire on us. That should let us keep the element of surprise.
Dude, it's so long. I like it too, but it's just so long. Like, oh my god. Also, no night vision sound effect either. And now it's time for probably the funniest shit. Watching people play through this and hearing their first reaction to this next section was always funny. The second you walk in, that is a cricket directly in your ear. So if you've ever wondered what it would sound like to literally have a cricket directly in your ear for about 5 minutes straight, this is the mod for you. I thought about fixing this. Because I've had to play through this level and all the other levels a lot to test it, and it got annoying pretty quick. There is a version of the mod without the crickets, by the way, because they were driving me crazy. Yeah, they probably like, oh, we got a big old cricket, dude. It's like we're outside in the wilderness. This is how the wilderness sounds. I'm gonna kill these guys. And then I was watching Garish play through this, and there's like no health packs on this mission. I think there's 2 health packs on this mission. One is in the secret, like the one of the brigs, not the one that Keys is in, but the other one. And the other one is right here, which Garish missed this one. Would have been very useful for him. The cricket sound effect is in retail. I believe it's just turned a lot down. Cricket planted by the Covenant as psychological warfare, yeah. That's back. Yeah, they put like a whole ammo drop in a place where you can actually see it. Okay. So there is something else here that a lot of people miss because they just do the speedrun strat of run away. So I'm going to try to show it here. Which is natural, because most people I watch play this on Legendary. Despite me consistently and constantly warning them to not do that, they just play on Legendary because, you know, they're big speedrunners, right? I'm a speedrunner. I can handle Legendary. That shit humbles you really quick. And then, like, people watching are like, this looks really brutal. And I'm just sitting there like, it's because they're playing on Legendary. It's not actually that bad if you play on a different difficulty. Marines are getting their ass kicked, it sounds like. So I just want to kill enough of these guys to show this part. I think I killed enough of them, maybe not. Got to kill all of them? Nope, I hear it coming in. And it's not just the crickets, there's actually something coming in. Where is it? There it is. So here it comes. This little dropship is coming over to drop off a squad of enemies. So he's going to sit down. He's going to drop them off. And then he's going to fly away. There he goes. They did their best. Imagine, look, you're coming in, you're like, man, you're working for the Covenant sucks. You sit down, you just see the freaking demon right there. I'd be out too. For some reason, a chapter title plays here. I don't know why. It's not really a good place for it because you're kind of in combat. You can see these guys spawn in as well. So you like always get reinforcements here as well. You always get reinforcements here and another set after the lift. I've like never had it not give me reinforcements. These guys should be spawning in now. Yep, there they are. That guy went up. I think when he goes up, he like dies to like the fall timer. Like when the elite just goes shooting back up there. I think he then starts falling and just dies to fall timer. This ship's a little interesting too, because they're gonna get out and just fall. There's also a lot less enemies on this lift on normal, I've noticed. I think you get the full complement on Legendary. And I think on Legendary, you only get 4 waves, but they're like full waves. Whereas the other difficulties just reduce the amount of enemies on each wave. So that little black bars there was, I think I mentioned this in the video too, it was, that's actually a placeholder cutscene. So they were going to have a cutscene play with the elites, like, or the elites, excuse me, the hunters coming down in like a super cinematic way, is what I'm guessing. They were going to have a cutscene that was going to be like, whoa, introduction of these new enemies, but they wound up just not making it. There's an enemy hiding, by the way. If ever this happens, you're like, will the level progress? It's because there's an enemy hiding somewhere. Just gotta find him. This guy's really hidden. Where is he? Let me know if y'all see him. Oh, also, the grav lift is a lot more saturated in this build, which I think some people noticed.
Whoa.
Where is this guy? There he is. Should be it. There it goes. If that ever happens, you're not soft locked. There's just something hiding. Had to recreate it yourself. Nice. What mod do you like? What mod did you make with all this stuff? Out of curiosity. So for some reason you always get reinforcements here. A Marine didn't die, you just always get reinforcements here. Which is kind of fun. Yeah, the gravity field, this whole grav lift is very different. It's a lot more saturated. Project Spark, gotcha. Hey, Frog. Hey, Scruffy. Where's the box? There it is. All right. So there is a invisible thing here. There's supposed to be on the Xbox version. That thing falls through the floor. That's why it's not there. But it's supposed to be there. I promise. This ceiling is different too. I swear it is.
What the? They're everywhere. Can't hide from me.
Project Spark. I think I've... Holy shit. They're already here? What the fuck? They're already here? Holy shit. I was not ready for them. So in the final game, they, you know, waited until you killed everything before spawning in the hunters because it's a little ridiculous otherwise. Almost out of sniper ammo. I think we're good.
Area secure, sir. We better keep moving. How about that door?
Sure, give me 1 second.
Right on! Let's do it! They're even uglier when they're dead.
We could use the side passages to find a way around.
Love the work you did on this. Glad 749 is available. Yeah, I'm super happy with that. I'm happy that I was able to get like most of the things working in MCC. When I like first started this, I was like, there's no way that like so much more stuff was working than I was expecting it to. Like was able to get working, I should say. The vehicle physics were, I don't think I mentioned this ever, but like the vehicle physics in particular needed like a lot more tweaking than you'd think. For example, the Ghost. The Ghost had zeros in all of its friction values. So the second the Ghost would like touch the floor, it would glitch out and like despawn in game. So in the game, it'd probably be like an exception or something, like you can't have zero friction because probably a divide by zero. And it would completely despawn the Ghost. In the mod tools, it would actually crash the mod tools. So like stuff like that, there was a bunch of issues, mostly with the vehicles. It was yeah, it was quite the tank, the Scorpion tank. I'll explain that when we get to AOTCR, but the Scorpion tank in particular was pretty interesting as well. Yeah, I can imagine, especially with all of just the really old stuff. I mean, this was a nightmare in of itself. I can't imagine going back even further. After finding keys, yeah. So yeah, I've been working on a cut content mod of my own. Is Project Spark kind of the same thing? Kind of like a similar thing that you're doing? Kind of like a bunch of cut content with maybe a bunch of other stuff? I think I've seen it on the workshop before. I just never had a chance to really check it out. Gotta go? Okay. I'll catch you later. Thank you for stopping by. As I said, the VOD is going to be up on my VOD channel, so it's not, you're not going to miss anything. Just go here in the timestamp. Holy shit. Alright. Somehow I got out of that without losing health. Whoa! Where is he? Oh, there he is. Didn't even see him. Much cut content as possible. Nice. Uh-oh.
I don't know if I can go on.
I am, funnily enough.
All right,
Oop.
everybody stay cool. Yell if you see anything.
I am, funnily enough, Red Centurion, doing the exact same thing as well, so we should probably link up. Be good to have more people to, like, look at things so you don't miss stuff. It's really hard to not miss stuff sometimes. So this this upcoming section in the original 1749, if you tried to progress it, it would cause like 1 FPS things to happen. Something about like the lighting breaks and the original Xbox just can't handle it, so it drops down to like 1 FPS. Fortunately, that doesn't happen here. Like everything plays out normally. So you actually can play through this whole section, which you couldn't really before. So I don't think I'm going to get the reinforcements. I could probably, if I revert, maybe? Nah, it's too late. Maybe not, actually, if I don't go in there. Nope, it went away. Damn, okay. That's okay. If you kill all your allies before going in there, you do get a Pelican coming in that one of the Marines in that Pelican has a shotgun. Yeah, I think the debug spam text, I put it to 1 FPS, probably. It like really spams a bunch of debug text actually on the screen. So that's probably what was doing it. It kind of sucks. I want a shotgun, but that's okay. Sweet. Okay, cool. Yeah, it might be good to probably have like a combined mod or something at some point on the workshop, just so, like both of us on it. I feel like that'd be really cool. Plus, again, it's like I combed through like Silent Cartographer for like probably a while. Oh, they're all dead, and still managed to miss like 1 or 2 encounters that were cut. So like it's always good to have more people looking at stuff. Tons of unused dialogue. Nice. Yeah, I have to go back and I'm going back through like 343 at some point to 343 and SC to like add a couple things from this. I'm kind of working on that at the moment. So there we go. So once you get that dialogue, I think, so I just fixed an issue with this where to get around the fact that the trigger volume for this door was like right here, you had to stand right here to like progress the mission. I added a timeout, but that timeout caused enemies to spawn way too quickly on Legendary, which well, on every difficulty, but on Legendary was a particular problem. So to fix that, I removed that timeout and just made this trigger like extend really far out like it does in retail. So people who are like staying back and trying to play it safe on Legendary, you can do that now. That was definitely not the solution to do after watching people play through, but you know. Yeah, no, the flamethrower is definitely very not done. I didn't fix anything. That was intentional, but I imagine it wouldn't be too hard to fix it if you use the actual working flamethrower as a reference. So that was, I kind of glossed over that a little bit because I was sort of autopiloting, but this door was, you probably noticed it was locked and you couldn't actually go through it. So how this door works is you walk up to it, it's locked, you can't go through it, but there's enemies on the other side. So the enemies are supposed to run forward and open the door, and once they do, it remains open. I don't know why they did it that way. It's a little confusing, which is why I mean, it confused the hell out of me when I first played, so I imagine it would, yeah. So here's a stealthily encounter. I can't remember if that's on retail as well. There's a lot of things I just can't remember about, like, the original game. That's just kind of here. I don't think stealthily show up until SC, but I might be wrong. They do? Okay, good to know. So this part's a little glitchy. The door's already open, so she's just coming in. Doesn't really matter if you hit this button or not. It just makes the nav marker go away. This dialogue also plays twice. It plays like 3 times. It's still going. I should be okay. There'll be a health pack soon. We'll be fine. Which weapon had the biggest change? Probably the shotgun or the needler. They handle very differently. The plasma rifle has a change to its model as well, but it's not quite as pronounced. I'll probably put the flamethrower up there too, mostly because it's a completely different model and has a completely unique HUD element, which is also pretty cool. Which I'll show when we get there. Dude, these freaking grunts, man. I'll let them deal with that. All right. Can stick that guy if you're stealthy enough. Interestingly, that door is just open, so you can just completely skip this room if you want to by just running through that open door. But these enemies, you will have to fight these enemies on your way back, is the only caveat there. And when you're fighting the enemies on your way back, you have Keys with you, and Keys is a bit of an idiot in this build. All, like, the increased AI aggression applies to him as well. So it's, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I trust me, this was more like... this was more of like a passion project for me as well, because it was actually Helpless who originally showed me this build on the original Xbox, and he like sent me the maps and was like, could we port this? And I'm like, you know, maybe I could if I, you know, really put my head to it. And yeah. I do have a custom build of Invader as well. There's like a few things that I needed to change to get the tags to extract properly, specifically like the difficulty. So there's only 3 difficulties in the OG 1749, which is normal, heroic, and legendary. And the tags, basically all the byte offsets were wrong because of that when it came to the global difficulty stuff. So I had to change that to make it work. There were a bunch of null tag references that was causing issues. There was some work like behind the scenes to get these to extract properly. If anyone like needs that build, I still have it on my GitHub, I think. I think I still have to push the latest set of changes though. Unused encounter. I did notice that, yeah. I think the only 2 levels I've done so far are SC and 343, so... But, yeah, no, I'd love to combine and, you know... like, cause I'm doing like a video series on it, like showing all the cut content. It's been really fun to do. So I'm happy you're here and like, you know, the learning about Project Spark, because I would absolutely love to. More people is good because there's a lot of stuff and it's, you know, sometimes hard to manage it all. So if you're interested, I'm still gonna do it regardless, but always good to have people to help. So this was a bug in 1749 that I had to fix. Garish actually ran into this, where if you stealth kill all of these enemies, the cutscene would never play out. So the way that 1749 works is that it waits until you're in combat before progressing the scripts. But if you kill all the enemies while stealth, you never enter combat.
Good work, Chief.
That was kind of the bug that was causing the problem. If you're playing the latest patch, this is fixed now. You can stealth kill these guys. As you can see, everything just progressed. These are all cutscene objects. For some reason, just cutscene objects just are here. I think there's an AR in there too, yeah. Keys does this. I don't know why he does this. He does this sometimes, not always. He just walks into the thing. He's a little stupid, as Cambid pointed out there. Shock horror. So, I'm gonna see if I can position Chief probably right here.
Coming here was reckless. You two know better than this. Thanks. Marines, lock and load your weapons. Let's be ready to move.
There I am.
While the Covenant had us locked up in here, I overheard the guards talking about this ring world. They call it Halo.
One moment, sir. Accessing the Covenant BattleNet. According to the data in their networks, the ring has some kind of deep religious significance. If I'm analyzing this correctly, they believe that Halo is some kind of weapon, one with vast...
So what's happening there is there's two chiefs in each cutscene. There's a cutscene chief and then the player chief. They usually teleport the player chief somewhere out of the way and then spawn in the cutscene chiefs. What you're seeing here is cutscene chief. But for this cutscene, they didn't yet teleport the player chief away, so he's just there.
They were looking for the bridge of a cruiser that I damaged during the battle above the ring.
Hey Max, hey Blue.
Looking for Halo's control room.
Enjoying videos? Oh, awesome. I'm so glad.
That's
Okay.
bad news. If Halo is a weapon and the Covenant gain control of it, they'll use it against us and wipe out the entire universe.
Yeah, I'll tag up with you, Red Centurion, if you're interested. I'll tag up with you sometime, probably either this weekend or next weekend, if your DMs are open.
Marines, let's move. Chief.
They just stand there. Dono wall.
Let's get moving, Marines. Chief, I want you on point.
We should head back to the shuttle bay and call for evac.
That is an unused dialogue line right there. I think they cut it because it's, oh shit, because it's kind of redundant. Like, Marines, let's move. Chief, you have the point. Okay, let's go. Chief, you have the point. Like he says it twice. So yeah, in original 1749, they never spawned in Keys's. So the model that you see in the jail cell is like a jail chief, a jail Keys, and this is like the actual Captain Keys. They forgot to spawn in this model, and when it checked if he was alive, naturally, because he never spawned in, the game thought he was dead, so it would just infinitely game over. Yeah. Oh, I know about that, Centurion. Yeah, I'll be showing that. Another funny thing about Keys is you probably would like notice that when in the original like retail game, he never talks. When he's like in this form, when he's following you around, he never talks no matter what. The reason he never talks, I don't think they ever recorded voice lines for Keys like in game like this. So another interesting thing about Keys is the game over cutscene plays out for a lot longer. It actually gets cut off in retail, but here it plays the full thing.
No! Without the captain, the Covenant have already won.
So that would actually get way cut off in in retail, and I kind of like that it actually plays out here, like the full thing. It doesn't like get cut off. I never liked that it got cut off, so it's kind of nice to like see that play out in its full glory. There was another fix that I have here as well that many of you will be very happy about. I'll explain it in a second. Here's the Red Elite, by the way. I don't know if I pointed this out. The Red Elite is actually the like the same model as the Sword Elite. It's just a different color palette. In retail, it uses the same model as this one right here. These blue ones, they just colored it red. Also, I don't know if I pointed this out either. The grunts are a lot shinier. It's probably hard to see in the dark. You can kind of see it a little bit. But the grunts are a lot shinier in this version as well. You can kind of see it here. They're just like very shiny. I don't really know why. Just like their specular effects are like super pronounced. Hey, Blue. Oh yeah, this door is red, but it's not actually locked. It's a little funny. The second you walk in here, though, that door is now locked. You can't go back through it. Okay, Keys is coming through it. That's why. But once he's through and it closes, you actually can't get back out. Oh God, Keys, no.
No. Without the captain, the Covenant have already won.
No matter what, some things just never change. No matter what version you're on, Keys will just somehow manage to do that. So in the retail version of the game, Keys can't throw grenades on every difficulty except legendary. Keys, just stop. In this version, he can throw grenades on every difficulty, but yeah. Which is kind of a problem. I wish they just turned off grenades on every difficulty, even on retail, but they want legendary speedrunners to suffer. The sword is not, you're not able to pick it up, but it doesn't despawn like in retail, which is kind of interesting. Alright, so here's where the bug fix is. I'm actually going to freeze Keys' AI for a second. I'm going to hit this load zone, and then I'm going to unfreeze him. Like so. So he's now stuck back there. So this is a fix that I did. I noticed that like Keys wouldn't always follow you out here. So y'all will be very happy on the latest version that this is no longer the case. Once you kill all the enemies, Keys will teleport.
We made it.
Cortana to Echo 419. We have the captain and need extraction on the double. Negative, Cortana. I've been engaged by Covenant air patrols, and I'm having a tough time shaking them. You'll be better off finding your own ride. Sorry. Acknowledged, Foehammer. Cortana out.
Air support is cut off, Captain. We need to hold here until she can move in.
Stow the belly aching, soldier. Remember, you're a leatherneck. Cortana, if you and the Chief can get us into one of those Covenant dropships, I can fly us out of here.
Yes, Captain. There's a Covenant dropship still docked, and the docking clamp controls are on the second floor. We need to get down there and deactivate them.
So, yeah. They were probably originally going to have it down there next to the actual Spirit dropship, but then probably realized that's kind of stupid. Let's just put it right here.
That's it. The dropship is loose.
Everybody, mount up. Let's get on board.
Captain, you haven't flown a small craft since the Academy.
Do I look like a cadet? Okay, let's see. Pitching off control should be...
Uh-oh, they might kill me.
Here we go. Okay, well, hold on to your butts, people.
Get us out of here, Keys. So yeah, in 1749, Keyes apparently doesn't know how to fly a spirit dropship, so he just crashes it into the wall. They reused that driving into the wall animation for the much more badass version of that cutscene where he kills some hunters with the spirit, but originally that was going to be used to, like, he didn't really know how to fly it and just smashed it into a wall.
We're approaching the LZ. It's gonna be hot. Get set to cut out swingers. Touchdown. Hit it, Marines.
Yeah, true. In this version, it makes a little bit more sense, though, because the Covenant do speak English. Show me! You see, the Marines are already managing to kill themselves.
Area secure. All hostiles have been eliminated. Affirmative. Echo 419 inbound. Somebody order a warthog.
Hey, I didn't know you made house calls for
So this dialogue line coming up is bugged in retail. So this dialogue line where Foehammer right after Foehammer drops off the Warthog with the Marines, you two could use a hand, is just broken in retail.
You two, we could use a hand.
Dibs on shotgun.
So that's actually just working now in this version, which is kind of funny that something in this version is working better than in retail. There's another dialogue line that plays, "They're already inside." That is also broken in retail. Alrighty, lads, I'm going to use the restroom real quick and refill my coffee. I will be right back. Alrighty. I am back. Alright, Red Centurion. Take it easy. Thank you for stopping by. Alright, so... Morning, comrade. So, let's continue on. So, here's the ghost encounter that I think I mentioned in cut content as well. What's interesting about 1749 is one of these ghosts have dead AI. Not this one, obviously, so I'll go ahead and take him out. That one right over there. Just completely dead AI. Not sure why. Never really looked into it, but that's just how it is. There's also another ghost here, and what's interesting about the ghosts in this version is the ghosts are not destructible. So they are completely indestructible, and it's basically like the multi-ghost. I think you take slightly less damage in this ghost compared to the multi-ghost, but that's essentially what this is. Here's a working dialogue line.
They're already inside. We have to get in there and stop them before they learn the location of the control center.
So I also found those dialogue lines when I was working on the cut content stuff, but it was broken in retail. 1749 is actually working correctly, which is kind of interesting that it kind of worked out that way. So I am going to grab that for a specific reason. Which I will show here in a second. Leave that there for now. I want to take as little damage here as I can. Probably should have waited on getting the OS, but that's okay. I think that should be enough.
The Cartographer must be here. My analysis indicates that the map room should be at the bottom floor of this facility. Let's keep going inside.
Yes, crap. He was smiling when he walked around in retail on TNR. Captain Keyes was. That is a retail thing as well. Dude. It's crazy. Trying to take very little damage here. There we go. Alright, so when you come down here, you probably notice there's no dialogue lines playing. Like the whole, they've locked the door and all of that. That's because you need to kill this elite as well to get it. This isn't actually a thing in retail. You don't need to do this. But in this version, you do. Try to get him here. He is acting very funny. You can only kill him with projectile weapons. Hopefully I can get him here. Got him. Now it plays out.
I underestimated the Covenant's understanding of Halo subsystems. They've locked the doors, and we don't have enough firepower to get through them.
Cortana to Keys.
So, this door is fully... This door locks really quickly in this version, so you can't do the Warthog fling to get through it. You actually... If you want to skip it, you can still skip this. How you want to do it, though, and I'm going to make a core save here. Make sure that worked. It did. Good. This window in 1749 does not block your exit anymore. You can fully walk through it. So if you have OS, can actually survive the fall as well. Like that. So that's how you skip that door if you wanted to. The only problem is if you come down here early and you hit the button down there, it actually, the door remains locked in this version, so you then have to do a nade jump from there again through the window. As Sloth kind of found, or do like a hog stack, because there is an OS down there. So you can do stick stack if you really wanted to. Just a little something a little interesting there. I am going to play through the level correctly, though. But you can't do like the fling in the normal way because the door just closes too fast. But with some OS, it's not. You can still survive the fall.
Echo 419 to ground teams. I'll stay on station and keep an eye out for Covenant bogeys.
No, it's here.
Second squad, ready to roll.
I think at least.
Topside. LZ looks secure, sir. Nothing.
Yeah, it's here.
Good luck.
It's just a little different.
We need to find the security override to get this door open.
Find the door security override. Yeah, there's some. But on older engine builds, you can clip through even with the door shut. Not in this version, it just closes super fast. Or you're talking, okay, you're talking about teleporting past. Yes, you could just find a way to teleport past it with something like that, yeah, if you really wanted to. But I'm saying you can't clip through like in the way most people would. You can always find a way to teleport in this game. That much is not hard. So I think Vadam mentioned this as well. The main reason why they don't have ghosts on Gearbox, you can fling through the door even when it's already shut. Interesting. Okay. So this is probably why they didn't really want you to have, like, why they removed the ghosts in the end was, I mean, dude, this elite is okay, dude. This guy's really doing this. Oh my god, dude. The ghost in this version is super accurate as well. You can probably tell, but there's very little like error scaling. Like it shoots straight for the most part. It's actually really good. And you can like really demolish people with it. But this is probably the main reason why they got rid of the ghosts for this level, was it kind of broke it a little bit. They also had banshees and stuff, and I think the main reason they sort of opted against having all the vehicles for this was to sort of save the big vehicle, like, you know, climax for Assault in the Control Room, and have that be like the all-out, apply what you've learned level. Here's like the big battlefield, get to the control room and all that, before the game sort of shifts rather dramatically in tone when like the Flood come in. Ow. So I always like imagine like Assault on the Control Room is like the what am I trying to say? The like finale of the Covenant half of the game, whereas, you know, it's the level right before you kind of hit what I'm calling the Flood half of the game, right? Because like the game feels very different once the Flood are introduced. Like, it's just a completely different game at that point. Like, everything devolves into pure chaos. Like, when you're fighting the Covenant, there's, like, rules, it feels like. There's, like, everyone's in cover, there's gunplay, it's like a whole thing. But once the Flood are introduced, they just completely throw the rulebook out the window. Just, you know, they swarm you, they just charge at you head first without any care in the world, right? They completely break everything that the game kind of taught you up to that point. So I always like to think of like the Flood half as a different game from the Covenant half. It's just sort of like why I like this game so much, honestly, is because like you kind of like that dynamic feels so well fleshed out. And like I haven't ever experienced a game do it quite as well as this one has, of just like establishing rules and then throwing them out in the window, throwing them completely out the window with like a twist that just, you know, like I don't know how else to explain it. It's like why I've always liked this one. It's because like it just feels like a completely different game. Yeah, like 2 games in one. The best level.
Use the hollow panel to shut down the security system.
So this cutscene's a little weird.
Good. That should open the door that leads into the main shaft.
That's it. They didn't quite finish it. Oh, Jesus. Just teleported me. Interesting. So, there's no Mayday, Mayday. That's actually going to happen a little bit later. Specifically up here. I don't know why it plays out here.
Mayday! Mayday! Dropship Bravo 22 taking enemy fire! Repeat, we are under heavy fire and are losing altitude!
Let's move down the beach. Keep an
It's
eye
like
out for
so
any cargo
janky,
salvage.
the way it plays out here. So I am going to do one specific thing real quick. This will be for later. I am going to spawn in these guys like that, and I'm not going to kill them. I'm going to leave them there for later. To lead to a little funny thing with the cutscene. And we're just going to make our way down. So here's the different rocket launcher ammo. So this is actually rocket launcher ammo right here that you can pick up like that. It's like little rocket launcher ammo. A little interesting. I always liked it. Something else that's funny about 1749 as well is there's something in the tags for the rocket launcher. They were going to have you move slower while the rocket launcher was aiming down sight. So while you're like aiming down sight with it or reloading your rocket launcher, you would move 25% slower. That never wound up working correctly in the 1749 engine, and in MCC it also doesn't work correctly, but in the opposite way. So in MCC, if you have that set, you just move 25% slower with the rocket launcher out all the time, as opposed to just when you're aiming or reloading. Which is, yeah. An ad is going to play in like a minute again. I don't care if you want to use whatever ad block you want to use. It's not for me, it's because Twitch forces me to. It should be the same color as this one. It's not really any difference in that. Alright, ad is going to play. I'm not going to go inside the facility until after the ad plays. Instead, I'm just going to show some stuff over here, so you're not really going to miss anything. Which is... I believe there's no underwater sound effect, if I recall correctly. If you go inside the water. Might be wrong, though. Let's see. No, there is. I think I hear it. Okay, there is. I thought there wasn't. It's interesting. Yeah, you kind of get the underwater effects. But these rocks are a little funny when you look at them underwater, because like their textures kind of stretch out. It looks a little weird. Yeah, it's probably just like a weird angle with like the lighting. Like the outdoor lighting plays so much of a factor as well. This is the fog lighting, as it's called. It's not really fog, but it's like the atmospheric stuff. Yeah, so I don't think this level. So TNR, SC are pretty much fairly well put together. Like these levels are pretty much finished in this build. It's mostly the later levels that were super unfinished, and I mean like super unfinished. But like these earlier levels were actually pretty close to being done, which makes sense. If you don't know about the history of Halo CE, the like development was pretty rushed towards the end. Yeah, so like the later levels, and you can even see this like in the scripts themselves, like they were so much less experimentative in the later levels, as far as like this level had so much that was commented out, and like could really tell they were like experimenting with different ideas and like sort of bringing them forward with playtesting. But like the later levels, they kind of didn't really have that. They were much more straightforward, and like they're just trying to get the game done at that point. Whereas these earlier like first half levels are much more like they had a lot more experiment. Like they experimented a lot, which is it's like you can see that in the scripts and really the level itself as well. TB being the most notorious example with the with like the daisy chain triggers and all that make the speed run what it is and that kind of stuff. Cool and all that. So yeah, I'm sorry about the ads. I don't want to play them, trust me. If you want to watch over on YouTube, YouTube is fully ad free, and I intend to keep it that way for probably a very long time. So yeah. So the door is unlocked now, it just kind of opens. They never cleaned up the bodies here, though, which is kind of interesting. And this gold elite, or rather this kind of like brownish elite, he won't actually spawn on the return either. They didn't yet implement that part either. Which is always fun. I feel like your flashlight lasts longer too, but that might just be me misremembering how long it actually takes. I don't really use the flashlight very often, so yeah. The Silent Cartographer was their developer playtest level, so I think it was just the island, right? They didn't really do the interiors or anything. They were just like had the island as a little sandbox to like test out weapons. I imagine the original like Silent Cartographer island playtest level looked nothing like it looks now. Like there's no shot they modeled this entire interior and like all the different stuff on the outside, right? It was probably just they put some hills and stuff to like test friction going up hills is probably what they really did. And then eventually they just took it and like built out this whole interior and built out the island. So it was like an actual level and all that. So welcome back from the ad. We will continue moving forward, just kind of chatting a little bit. So this cutscene is in the build as well. What's interesting, though, is that it comes at it from this angle instead of the other angle, which I find interesting because this angle doesn't really show you the scale, right? Like it was facing this way, which doesn't really show you the scale unless you look this way, right? When you look this way, you can see how deep this facility goes that you can't really see over here because you're like staring at a wall. So I did note it, like they moved it over here in the final version. So that's, again, to sort of properly give you that sense of scale. For some reason there's a invisible and active camouflage here. I'm not sure why. I can see some grunts T-posing here.
Try someone your own size.
So here's a glitch that's very useful, especially on Legendary. If you reload and drop the weapon and let it reload on the ground, you do keep the ammo, or at least you're supposed to. I did not there, probably because I did it wrong. But, see if I can do it correctly this time. I think you're only supposed to hit reload once, which is where I messed that up. Let's try that again. Where'd the pistol go? There it is. We can do this. Huh. I do not remember how to do that glitch, apparently. But you can, like, do a glitch there to, like, conserve rocket ammo. I just forgot how to do it, apparently. Which I definitely need to refresh on how to do it. RRE. Okay. Definitely need to refresh how to do that for Legendary. That'll kind of be a problem. So let me try that one more time. So just press R twice and then E. Empty it again. Hopefully this works. Okay, there we go. So I shot 2 rockets and then let it reload on the ground, and you end up keeping your ammo. I probably was picking it up too quickly, honestly. I think you really need to let it play out. Yeah, I think you really need to let it out, like let the whole animation play out before you can pick it up, is my guess.
Spot if you don't get out of here before additional reinforcements. Let's find that map.
So let's do that again. I think you have to really just let it reload here. Yeah, just like that. Kind of have to do R, then R plus E at the same time for it to work. Yeah, I think that's like what you have to do for lasso, right?
Should activate the map.
Do this again. Such a fun glitch to do. Just like infinite ammo rocket. I think I did it wrong there. I think I picked it up too quick again.
Analyzing. Halo's control center is located there. That structure appears to be some sort of temple or shrine, if I've interpreted this correctly.
So, yeah, there's no cutscene that plays here. And as you can see, this is like just a little ring that they put here as like a placeholder. And like no cutscene plays out. But hitting that button does progress everything. You don't, there's just no cutscene.
Contact, and then tell him that the Master Chief and I have determined the location of the control center. We'll be heading there as soon as we're topside.
Keyboard and mouse.
Affirmative. Bowhammer out.
So, yeah, I always love that little, I mean, it's not 1749 specific, but I always love that little dialogue thing there because it kind of like subtly hints, like the reason that Captain dropped out of contact is because he's currently getting eaten by Flood right now. At least that's sort of the, or at the very least inside the containment facility. I always kind of like that little bit of foreshadowing. Like you'd never know until like you play it a second time. I love like little things where it's like if you play it a second time, you'll notice things. My favorite is Knights of the Old Republic. If you beat Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, like you need to do a second playthrough because then you'll notice all the ways the game was telling you the big twist without telling you. It's always like really fun. I always love like when games kind of foreshadow really subtly so you only like see it on your second playthrough. Yeah, I just have to wait a really long time, which makes sense. I think it's like canceling the animation in a way, and like at that point it's already in my inventory. Definitely gonna note that for Legendary, because on Legendary, this build is stupid. So there is no, I guess, gold elite here. That door is also locked if you do the window glitch that I showed you, so keep that in mind. You have to do like a little nade jump boost thing. Kind of neat that the devs like put that there though. Like that they decided, oh, people figured out how to skip this door early. Let's just open up the door. Yeah, this just disappears. I don't know if you saw that, but like this dropship was here and it just disappears. So here's the reason I let those jackals alive. And this is true for most cutscenes. They didn't clean up any enemies before starting a cutscene, so you'd get stuff like this. Cutscene is also so much more ominous without music or any dialogue. This game's like ambient sounds is like honestly a little creepy. So the loading screen was pretty quick, but yes, this is called Fortress World in the 1749 build. This cutscene is kind of different as well. Kind of, very different. So much more janky. Just like zooms in. And you start off looking this way, which is interesting. To make you start off looking that way, by the way, whatever they fixed in retail is also here as well. So you're not supposed to start off looking that way. I actually had to add a flag and like force the player to be looking at it to sort of mimic 1749. So like that's an example of me intentionally breaking the game to make that work. So these little floating lights, so the reason that these floating lights happen, this is an MCC bug. This isn't actually 1749. This is specific to MCC. I could not figure out how to fix these floating lights. They're pissing me off a little bit, honestly. The reason these floating lights happen is because those fleeing grunts, when they flee far enough, they are teleported and then killed. They're actually teleported. So like they flee, they teleport, and then they're killed. They are actually teleported right here. Yeah, it's like a weird interpolation bug. If I bring a Banshee down here, they won't be flickering like this anymore. I think it's because they're so far away, they're like out of the cluster, is my guess. So I can actually make that weird lighting effect go away by flying a Banshee down there. Which, there's Banshees here, by the way. Just kind of interesting. That bug there, I don't know what's going on with that. There's a lot of things that like I wasn't really sure what was going on, but yeah, that lighting bug I could not figure out how to fix, unfortunately. I don't know why there's Banshees in this section. It's kind of interesting that there is, though, because it makes the Siege of Madrigal Easter egg make a lot more sense. If there's Banshees here, you just take a Banshee to the secret Easter egg spot, but I'm guessing they removed the Banshees after kind of that. So yeah, here's where all the grunts were teleported to, and once you come down here, it actually fixes that light bug. Speed hack my way up here. Hey Eric, thank you so much for the 3-month arenos. Where the hell am I? There I am. Maybe, I don't know. I don't really know why you'd want Banshees down here, because then you can just go down to the bottom and you can, like, it kind of ruins the illusion that that's kind of goes all the way back to Silent Cartographer, because like there's a bottom and there's no way to get out, so it's kind of interesting. But yeah, all the floating lights are gone, so as Gambit said, probably a weird interpolation bug. Something else that's interesting about this build, you can blow up the Banshees while no one's in it. In retail, you can't do that. Someone has to be inside the Banshees for them to blow up. Also, these things, I forgot to show these on TNR, but they have a little light protruding out from underneath them, which is kind of useful because, especially on TNR, because it highlights these big turrets. And these turrets are a lot scarier in this version because they shoot like a freaking chain gun. Like, so fast that, like, effects start bugging out, especially on the original Xbox. There's also, if you look at the top left, an overheat gauge. That overheat gauge is not used, but, you know, kind of different takes that they were going to do with this, this turret. Anyway, this is another example of just non-baked lighting that I had to sort of hack together to kind of mimic 1749 a little better. Otherwise, it would look like really bad. So this is using the game's like fog shading for interiors, which helps. Trust me, if I didn't do this, you would get a headache because just kind of looking at pure white the whole time it just strains the eyes. But having something like this really helps, and also mimics 1749 just a little bit better as far as like dynamic lighting goes. I'm gonna die. So I'm gonna revert because I don't get any health packs on this mission. I kind of don't want to play this mission at 1 red the whole time. As a note for people playing on Legendary, if you go down to 1 red, sometimes it's better to just treat that as a death rather than play the entire level with 1 red. I noticed a lot of people just were like, oh, I lived, I can continue at 1 red, and it's like, you're gonna have a really bad time. I think, yeah. Well, the ludicrous fire rate for Jackals is actually in retail, by the way. Like, they do shoot that fast. What you're really referring to is their super responsive AI. So they react super quick in this build, which is really what you're seeing. So this is where there should be no more baked lighting. Also, hey, Growl. Just like that. Banshee grab is impossible on this build, and I will demonstrate that here. The Banshee just sort of does weird things. Because it doesn't lock on you right away. It doesn't have the magically see player script in it, which is why it doesn't work correctly. I could make it work correctly, but, you know, that's not really what this build was. Oh, it just blew up. Interesting. I wonder if that's something specific to, like, normal. Like, the Banshee... Like, they blow up the Banshee so you don't have to fight it on normal. Which is kind of a weird solution. So the, like, oh, let's just not spawn it in probably makes a lot more sense than I'm just gonna blow it up in midair. But I'd have to look. Maybe that was just something weird that happened. I'd be curious if the Banshee scripted a blow up there. Oh, are you trying to, like, say that CE's Legendary is not balanced? It's the most balanced in the franchise, if that's what you're getting at. Oh, you're good. Really? Wow, this guy's freaking got freaking hops, man. Holy shit. If you're trying to, like, imply that Retail's Legendary is just as bad as 1749's, it's not even close. So, Legendary in CE is the most balanced Legendary in the whole franchise by far. And I don't think that's a hot take to say. But if you've not played this build on Legendary, I would encourage you to try it, and you'll see exactly what I mean by it's ridiculous. So I'm a speedrunner of this game, so I've held multiple world records, and I can tell you with pretty damn good authority that this build on Legendary is not human consumable. It's really stupid. Like, and it's not even comparable to retail in its sheer stupidity of difficulty. Hey, buddy. Insert string here. That just makes sense. I assume you're assuming to the Banshees blowing up when no one's in it is a really big problem on 2 Betrayals where you need the Banshee to progress, which is, I think 2 Betrayals is the reason they changed it to be indestructible when no one's in it. Because it was, like you would quite literally, it'd be impossible. Yeah, so they already see me just because the super responsive AI. They haven't quite dialed it in yet. Yeah. By the way, I did add a whole bunch of different quality of life to 2 Betrayals to make it really hard to soft lock yourself. I'll kind of show that when I get there. But this update does, like, if you accidentally blow up your Banshee, I made it so they'll respawn. So you won't get soft locked anymore. I'm sure you can still find a way to soft lock yourself, but at that point you're trying to soft lock, and I don't really care. I have noticed that there's a lot more snow in this build, at least it feels like it. There's just a lot more snow particles. I don't know if that's just like I'm misremembering, but it's always felt that way to me. There's no Wraith here either. Oh, I did notice this as well. There's like a big shadow here. I don't know if that's just because of the big shadow from the fact that there's like a big cliff there, but it feels like there used to be a rock there that they end up taking out, but maybe it's just the shadow from the cliff. Also, they are doming me. So here's a rare health and ammo drop, and by ammo I mean assault rifles. So here's the NASCAR tank. As I will refer to it. Not Mr. Man, as I mentioned, seeing more snow particles as well. Good. Because there's definitely a lot more snow, it feels like. Alright. Oh, shit! So, fun fact, this tank can blow up. It just has a lot of HP. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, Cam, but it feels like they changed some direction somewhere. So I'll explain something about this tank really quick. When I originally ported this tank over, its physics were completely broken in that this tree, you could actually just drive right through it. Not completely, you'd like finagle yourself through it. You couldn't splatter any enemies either. So any enemies you see walking around, you couldn't splatter it, you just go right through them. So I had to really mess around with the physics on this to get this to work. It was a bit of a pain in the ass. Also, the turret is an assault rifle sound. You can probably hear it. And then, of course, when it's ready to fire, it literally just tells you it's ready to fire. It just has a big, fat, ready icon, which is kind of funny. So the Banshee got stuck in the floor there. That is about as close as I could get it to original 1749. So this section always was really cool. I like that there's like a couple drop ships that come in to like drop off some ghosts and some other stuff. It's always really cool to me. I kind of like how they did this a little bit better. The only thing I wish that it did was it also dropped off a wraith right here, kind of like it did in the retail version. So you get the really cool, like, you know, tank beats wraith, tank beats tank line or whatever. Instead, I believe it drops the wraiths off up there, if I recall correctly. Yeah, but no, yeah, but he's kind of got dead AI. He doesn't really do anything. Hey, Swastik. And Drunk Frodo, hello. So fun fact about the hunters in this build, they are extremely resistant to explosives. So if you try to shoot them with a rocket launcher or the tank, it does very little damage. So it's better to just splatter them with the tank. Yeah, this tank freaking goes. It's like 28% faster or something. I like how fast it is. A lot of people have mentioned that, like they like how fast the tank is. I don't know how good it would be from a balance perspective, but it is kind of nice. So like I said, the tank the tank is a destroyable vehicle in this build. There's no destroyed variant, so it just kind of dies and you can't drive it anymore. So that's why I'm not taking any damage. I am taking damage. It's just the tank has ridiculously high HP, and I'm pretty sure only explosives can damage it too. So it's just kind of like a really OP vehicle in this build. It's like a proper tank. But you can blow it up, which I will demonstrate here in a second. Let me get to a good spot, probably over here. Yeah, it is like a NASCAR tank. Don't be doing that. I think I have a sniper, so I can take him out at the very least. Alright, I am going to make a core save, make sure that worked. Cool. So, I'll demonstrate... Where the hell? I cannot see a thing. Is it right there? Yeah, so there's the tank. I'm going to shoot it. You'll see it blow up. You saw it just blow up right there. So it doesn't have a destroyed variant, but I can't get in it anymore. This tank is actually just destroyed. So it is destructible. Which is kind of interesting. Yeah, this tank freaking zooms. There's a bonus spawn here when you open up the door. So here's something I added. So this pop-up that's going to come up is something I added because I noticed some people got confused. There's actually no enemies in this section. You didn't skip a trigger. Just to like say, hey, if you see no enemies in this section, just keep going. There's not supposed to be. This was just an unfinished portion of the level, so there's just nothing here. No enemies in sight. These areas in here are like fully rendered out though. Like these areas that you see in retail. Fully rendered out. There's no invis over here, I believe, though. So this is just a part I presume they just didn't finish yet. It's also very dark. What I have noticed about the lighting in this build is that it's a lot darker and a lot more vibrant. There's just a lot of different things about it. Kind of wish I picked up a ghost, but that's okay. We'll just zoom the tank over here. There's no ammo things either. We'll just leave the Scorpion there. There should be something over here, I believe. Is there usually this much snow particles? No, there's like a lot extra snow particles on this level. And on TB, it's kind of interesting. They definitely toned it down in retail. A lot of people have been noticing it. I've noticed it. I never looked into it directly, but anecdotally, it does seem like there's a lot more snow. So something else that's cool about 1749, these tanks, or these wraiths, are drivable by default in this build. And you can't even like tilt up the nose and all that. It's very bad though. Like, good luck using this to kill anything. It's like near impossible. So I did put the Wraith in multi too for fun, and many people have noticed how bad it is, and it's kind of funny to me. I think I got asked to fix it, and I don't think I'm gonna fix it in this version of the mod at least. I might make like a Redux version at some point, or whatever I wind up calling it, where I do fix a lot of things. But for this mod, I kind of want to keep it as close to OG 1749 as is reasonable. If there's something that like soft locks, I'll fix it. But if it's like, this gun is really bad in 1749, it's just going to stay bad because that's just kind of how it was, kind of deal. Yeah, some people have made comments like it almost implying that I just like copy and pasted things and didn't fix anything. Like the Wraith is just the multi-Wraith. That is not the multi-Wraith. I do want to note things there. So I like intentionally broke a lot of things just so that it would more better mimic 1749. So I've been finding that a little interesting. It's not that I don't have the ability to fix it. It's just that I didn't. It was a choice. Yeah, exactly. It's like I wanted to kind of preserve this build in a way. So the jank is staying, but I might make like a Redux version that sort of keeps the spirit of 1749, but is kind of more finished, like as a version of like, here's what this build would be like if they sort of stuck with the original concepts for most of this stuff. I feel like that might be a fun thing. Dude, I'm getting my... Grunts are not afraid. So like maybe I'll make a version where like the flamethrower is fixed, the Wraith is fixed, and you have the 40% more health and shields on Legendary, just as like a... Here's what would happen if they like kept more from 1749 when they were like, you know, doing stuff. So these elites are, I believe, supposed to be grunts in retail, which is kind of interesting. Does Banshee Grab work? Banshee Grab does not work. You excuse me, probably have to find a different lineup to make it work, but it doesn't like work in the traditional sense here. I'm sure you could find one, but I mean, the Banshee is going to act really unpredictable because it doesn't like latch onto you like in retail. So it's a little weird. Yeah, agreed. I really like this this build from like a historical preservation perspective. Yeah. Probably Grail. I imagine yes. Need some more water. There were a lot of details I didn't look into, mostly because, like, realistically, I couldn't check every single detail. That would be impossible. That would just be way too long. It's like an entire game at that point. So I was mostly focused on stuff that didn't work, and all the, like, reactions to different damage values seemed to work, so... Like, the only reason I know about the hunters with the explosives is because I specifically noticed they were taking, like, no damage from explosives, and I looked more into it and went, oh, okay, that's how it's supposed to be. So that's kind of, most of the stuff that I know is, like, stuff that I noticed was specifically wrong. a lot of stuff like damage values and reactions to certain things are all like pretty much stable. Like you're able to extract it all fairly stable, so I didn't really need to look into it all that deeply. That should cause them to... I took a little bit of health damage there. I don't know if I like that, but I should be fine. Are there Bigfoot sightings? There are no Bigfoot sightings at all. It's a little sad. So that was actually like, that whole initial swamp portion is completely unfinished. Were the Forerunners humans originally? I think it's that humans are direct descendants from Forerunners. I believe that's what it is. The lore. Alright, I'm gonna cheat a little bit here. Please die. Like, actually, please die. Dude, he's still... Oh my god. Dude, they're crazy. Alright, I'm just gonna rush through. Screw him. Will I get him? Almost. Shit! I don't think I showed this yet. But I think everyone probably saw it at this point. The 5 dots that act as the ammo counter on the plasma rifle. More unbaked lighting. It's the exit. Probably over here. There it is. How incomplete are the flood levels? The flood levels are the most incomplete, not because it's, you know, for any other reason than it's the second half of the game. So the first half of this build is a lot more finished than the second half. Which probably makes sense, right? Like they were working on the levels sequentially is what it seemed like. And I think what I, like, as I mentioned earlier, the earlier levels were a lot more experimentative that you can like see from the scripts and tags, whereas the later levels were much more, we need to get this fucking thing done, our deadline's in 2 months. Which is how I imagine directly how it happened. So this room's a little different as well. There were originally a bunch of Marines. A bunch of Marine bodies, implying that the, you know, the hunters killed them. But they didn't yet kind of fully flesh out this room yet. Or the lighting. It's very unbaked lighting, but... This room in retail also features the song known as the Lost Muse, which is... the reason it's called the Lost Muse is the song that would play in this section with, like, as you're approaching the hunters with all the dead Marines. When they released the official soundtrack for CE, they forgot to put that song in. So that song is not on, like, on Spotify. If you listen to the Halo CE soundtrack, that song is not actually on here. So it's kind of titled The Lost Muse in that sense. It's also my favorite song in the game, which kind of sucks that it wasn't included. Yeah, The Lost Muse is honestly great. I really love that. It also sucks because some like audio things. When you mix songs for games, you mix it a lot more flat, so it doesn't overpower what's happening on the screen. You want to be more in the background, so you mix it more flat and kind of in the back, if that makes sense. When you take a song that was made for a game and then mix it for Spotify, you want to mix it to be a lot more full and like grand. So the fact that the song was missing, we never got that version of the song that was actually fully mixed and, you know, had that grand feel to it like the other songs do. So for some reason, these elites seemingly never get in the Banshees. I imagine this was another unfinished part. These hunters are also only supposed to spawn in on Legendary. But in this build, they spawn in all the time. Yeah, that track is only used in one place, and it's a damn shame because it's such a good track. And then it was like never used again. It was never remixed for like future titles. It's like literally, that's it. Whoops. Yeah, and this would be one of, I think, like 2 places where Walk in the Woods plays, but like here is where like Walk in the Woods is like the full thing. Like you get like all the different kind of notes to it, and it's like kind of the frontal music piece here. The others, it kind of just like enhances a little bit for like atmosphere. And what's great is that most people skip this room because they just get in the Banshee and fly directly to the control center. So you don't really wind up hearing it here. Yeah, that makes sense. It's I never want, like, whenever I do a casual playthrough, I also never want to skip this room specifically because of that song. If the song didn't play, I probably wouldn't. I probably would always skip this room, but I always like to go through it just for the song. And this is it for the baked lighting. It's now going to go back to flat. So there's an example of you cannot sneak up on the enemies in this build. They quite literally have 140 degrees of vision in their peripherals. It's kind of crazy. Let's see if he kills me. Hoping not. I'm gonna die. I gotta run. He's enraging. Oh god. Okay, we're good. There's like no dialogue on this level at all. Which is like, as we get later more and more into this, the levels are going to have like no cutscenes, no dialogue, no anything. It's really the earlier levels, again, where this build is more finished. The more you get into it, which most people noticed as they were playing through, the more that you get into it, the less finished it feels, which, again, it makes sense. Yeah, the plasma pistol's always been excuse me, always been S tier. Been talking so much, my voice is starting to get out a little bit. Oh god. Right, I forgot. These hunters spawn a lot quicker here. Forgot about that. They usually don't spawn until you go up the ramp. So happy you found this stream. I'm also happy you found this stream. Oh shit. I forgot all these little things because I haven't played through this section in a while. Something else that's interesting. Oops. The guys up here. Is you can just see through the window. I don't know why they put windows on these doors. I feel like most of the reason is that they removed the windows was they ended up making this AI brain dead. in this section, so they like don't want you to see through the window, or they're just like the window's kind of stupid, which is probably correct. So here's going to be a good example of why the Needler is so good in this build. You can just stay back and just shoot, and it'll still track. You also get 240 ammo, so you can just fire away without worrying about it. So if you're playing through this on ledge, which when I play through this on ledge, this Needler is going to be my best friend, because it's so good from a distance. It's what you want to use. Which I didn't really say anything about the Needler until I watched Sloth play. I didn't, like, everyone's kind of discovered organically how good the Needler is, and that's kind of fun to me. I like that. So this cutscene is extremely janky. Before I go into the cutscene, I'm first going to, like, show this, which is very unique to this build. It's like this little purple thing going around, and it's like kind of got a static effect on it for the ring, which is kind of cool. It's also like this little thing kind of shows you where the ring is in relation to the big gas giant. And yeah, like neat little static effect. They definitely toned this way down. It actually does like go through this little wall here, and you kind of see it like clip through, which is kind of looked a little janky. Here's another cutscene object that most people didn't notice. This is the thing that Chief takes out of the back of his head that has Cortana in it, the little chip. It's just floating here because it's a cutscene object, and then there's no actual terminal or anything like that. So this cutscene is very jank. I'll just let you enjoy.
This is it. Halo's control center.
It's pretty much the actual build rack. At least it's basically like a direct port. You can see it clipping through right there.
That terminal, try there.
You all right?
Never been better. You can't imagine the wealth of information. The knowledge, so much, so fast. It's glorious.
So, what sort of weapon is it?
What are you talking about?
Let's stay focused. Halo, how do we use it against the Covenant?
This ring isn't a cudgel, you barbarian. It's something else. Something much more important. The Covenant were right. This ring, it's Forerunner. Give me a second to access. Yes, the Forerunner built this place, what they called a fortress world, in order to... Wait. No, that can't be. Oh, those Covenant fools. They must have known. There must have been signs.
Slow down. You're losing me.
The Covenant found something. Buried in this ring. Something horrible. And now, they're afraid.
Something buried?
The captain.
Where?
We've got to stop the captain.
Keys? What
the
are we...
weapons cache he's looking for. It's not really... We can't let him get inside.
I don't
There's no
understand.
time. Get out of here. Find keys. Stop him. Before it's too late.
It's so janky. And then we're immediately into this. Remember how creepy that was when you first played through the game? Yeah. Alright, I've got a lot to talk about. Let me kill all these guys first. First thing I'm going to show is the flamethrower. It's right here. It's got completely unique HUD elements. You can see it at the top left. What's really cool about it is enemies run around screaming when you kill them with it, and then they fall and die. Jackals do it too. So, yeah. What's also unique about this is it's definitely very janky. Hang on, let me do this. You can kind of see like it, like you saw it a little bit, like kind of pushed out from the top of it rather than like where it's supposed to come out. Yes, Jackals and Grunts have the same voice line. So also regarding the cutscene we just watched, the assault in the control room one, I'm imagining the reason the camera angles are like that is Cortana was originally going to be a lot smaller, and then they kind of like made her like super big, like they did, like zoom, I am, you know, in the control center, but they didn't adjust the camera angles yet to sort of meet that it was super big. So yeah. That's why I imagine the camera angles were so janky. And then there's the Marines. I think the intention was the Marines were supposed to be fleeing with the Covenant, and you're like, whoa, both the Covenant and the Marines are fleeing with something, but then they, you know, didn't quite finish that yet. And then, of course, you know, like, the whole vibe of this mission is really off at the moment, right? Like, it's supposed to be, like, this slow-paced, tension-building mission, but you don't wind up really getting any of that in this build. So it's weird. It's kind of like the amount of work they had to do to get this mission dialed in for like retail, where we had probably like one of the greatest twists ever in gaming, and like how long it probably took them, how many iterations. So yeah. This entire swamp portion is unfinished, by the way. There's no Bigfoot sightings. There's no anything. No explosions and like creepy Bigfoot sightings. You don't see any of that. It's just not present in this build. Also, no baked lighting, so everything's super bright. There is not a single room that has finished lighting in this level. It's all going to be like full bright like this. They were still working on this level at the time. This is cinema. So yeah, there's no Bigfoot sightings or anything, no explosions here. It's fully unused. Oh, one thing I forgot to mention, when the Pelican is landing, you'll notice some floating ARs are shooting at the Pelican as you're sitting in it. I had to modify those ARs to shoot blanks, so they shoot bullets that do no damage, because originally when I ported this over, when those ARs were shooting at the Pelican, you get super bright red lights because you're like taking damage. So those are like super special ARs that do absolutely no damage, fun fact. Here's another thing I had to specifically put in. There's a script that's currently running that waits until this loading done happens. Boom. And then it spawns in the ARs, because these ARs would not spawn in organically. It was really weird. It was like super broken in this section, so I had to like sort of put together a hack to make it broken like 1749. There's like a lot of little things like that in this build that I had to do. Oops, this is a little loud. Sorry about that. Any mod checks in chat can get rid of the problem. Yes, reveal skip does work. I'll do it myself. Fucking bots are a damn menace. Also, hi Woozy. I don't think I said hi yet. So another thing, so the way that I did the lighting unfortunately has some artifacts. This is one such artifact. This isn't supposed to look like this. Unfortunately, it's, you know, it's something I want to fix. I eventually want to fix all those little artifact things. I just sort of haven't yet, because it's It's hard to do. It's hard to explain why it's so hard to fix, but I just need to tinker at it to get that artifacting to stop. So this also has none of Jamie's, you know, like the dead jackal with all the blood and the drippings from the flood forms and all that, so... This room is also interesting from a balancing perspective. There's just a bunch of enemies running around, fleeing. The problem with this is it kind of leads to a really bad combat encounter as a result. And if you're wondering about the crazy suicidal Marine, here he is. He's scripted to say something, but because he's mad at you, he doesn't say anything. It's, they didn't quite finish this yet, so I don't know what he's doing here, but, yeah, there he is. Instead, in this room, they had a bunch of enemies. I'm going to leave these enemies alive for a very specific reason. I recommend you try this when you play through the mod, by the way. Just leave these enemies alive. You'll remember how I said that cutscenes don't clean up rooms before they play out, so that'll lead to something funny right there. Yeah, the shotgun's melee, Ruby mentioned that this shotgun's melee likely predates when, so Jamie mandated that every melee happens within 3 frames. And the shotgun, like, this must have predated that sort of mandate. So the shotgun melee is really slow, as opposed to, it has to be within 3 frames, so they sped it up. As another note, as part of the update I pushed out yesterday, this whole level is a lot more stable. Scripts should progress a lot more quicker now, like a lot more naturally. There were a lot of different like sleep untils that were causing the game to lock up at certain parts, and you very easily skip certain progression triggers as a result. So when you play through this level now, it should be a lot more stable and work a lot better. But anyway, this cutscene is... I'll just let you enjoy. Actually, hang on. Snooze that. There we go. Okay, now I'm going to let it play. Sorry, an ad almost played. I had to make that not happen. Enjoy the cutscene. Yes, the lack of music and different sounds really does ruin it. I agree. Turn it up a little bit. So right here, Chief's head is supposed to be looking around, but I could not get it to work, unfortunately, in this engine. I'm still trying to. But that's why it just sort of stands there like that. Just like retail crap. So this is a little, the text overlaying.
Why do we always have to listen to this old stuff, Sarge?
Watch your mouth, son. This stuff is your history.
That's not Johnson, by the way.
We're fighting to protect.
Hey, if the Covenant want to wipe out this particular part of my history, that's fine by me.
You can also hear it if you listen closely.
Nice next time you see him.
You can hear the ARs firing at the moment.
LZ looks clear. I'm bringing us down.
You can hear him shooting at the thing. But what's really funny is they're here as well.
Stay close, Jenkins.
So some behind the scenes, I had to spawn these ARs in manually.
Mendoza, move it up.
In
Wait here for the captain and his squad.
in 1749, these spawn in when they're not supposed to. They're like glitchy.
Hey, let's move.
In MCC, that was fixed, so I had to spawn those ARs in manually. Funnily enough, another example of me breaking the build to make it more like 1749. Here's why I left those guys alive, by the way. They don't clean up enemies in cutscene rooms in this build, so really helps the mood.
Now we just met.
Yeah, you're just kind of dead. Oh no, the cameraman dies helpless. That's why the camera like goes to the ground like that. It's because he died.
Right, well, let's get this door open.
I'll try, sir. But it looks like these Covenant worked pretty hard to lock it down.
Just do it, son.
He's gonna disappear. Probably saw it right there. So Joe Staten talked about that a little bit. He would always turn the camera away when they would have to like spawn in new stuff, so things would just materialize in midair. Yeah, they did teleport player chief away for this one, yeah.
Got a bad feeling about this.
Boy, you always got a bad feeling about something.
Cameraman technically dies twice, yeah. So that's supposed to be Johnson's model. He's being commanded to do certain animations here, but it wasn't finished, which is why he's T-posing.
Mendoza, get your ass back up to second squad's position and find out what the hell is going on. But I don't have time for your lip, soldier. I gave you an order.
Sarge! Listen!
That wouldn't be too hard to do, actually, Crep, I don't think.
What is that?
Where's that coming from, Mendoza?
Everywhere. I don't... There! Mira!
Another T-pose. So, a popcorn's gonna spawn here, I think. Yep, there it is. That's the only popcorn that spawns in this room. They're gonna be shooting at literally nothing.
Damn it, Jenkins! Fire your weapon!
He's just gonna disappear. Wait for it. Oop.
Get back here, Marine. That's
He disappeared and Keys wasn't happy because it's like he ran away. And there goes Jenkins. But then he's... Nope. Okay, never mind. He kind of like went up like that. Rip Bozo indeed. An ad is about to play. I apologize, Twitch folks. If you're on YouTube, it is ad-free. Turn it down a little bit. Yeah, so the whole halt incapacitation thing, this just stays on your screen for a while. So I did redo this room for the mod because it was really difficult to progress things. So now a big pop-up will show up. Look at the locked doors to make them open. I specifically added that just to guide players because people would get really confused here. I also had to fix up the scripts because this level would, or this particular section would lock up a lot and you couldn't really progress. And there were like a bunch of different like requirements that didn't really need to exist. So I added that to like guide you. Look at these locked doors to make them open. So you do that, and you want to do that for all the locked ones in this room except for the door you came in on. So you're going to notice, if you played through this mod before this, you're going to notice that this whole section is going to progress a lot smoother. You can probably already see that it is starting to progress a lot smoother. There were a lot of things I did to clean up this room to make it work a lot better. So these doors are just going to open a lot faster now. Things are going to progress a lot nicer. And one thing you probably like, even after killing everything, like, the level would still lock up and all that. This level is not going to lock up anymore. In fact, you're going to see the black bars a lot faster. And this door will now, once you look at this final door, it'll now just open like that. So this section has been fixed up dramatically because I noticed so many people were getting stuck in this section because honestly the scripting was super janky. The main reason for it was these flood in this center portion. They'd make the game not safe to save. And that was causing a lot of problems because of the way that they scripted the level. So just had to fix up a lot of that. This level is going to play out relatively the same. One thing from the cut content mod is that that door getting broken down kind of happens, though it's a little unfinished. The other thing that's important, do not ever drop down. Stay on this second floor. You probably realize this if you played through this. Stay on this second floor the whole time. Once you drop down, it gets... like, you can't get back up unless you run all the way back through the... Suicidal Marine room. By the way, the ARs are here. They spawn back in. So you'll notice there's no boxes over here that you could jump on. So if you come back to this room from the first floor, there's actually no way to get back up without running all the way back through the Suicidal Marine room. It's kind of funny. So just a note for you. The broken lift is in this build as well. Oh yeah, these guys are here too. I did have to manually spawn in all of these ARs, by the way, because they just appear in 1749 for literally no reason, so I had to, you know, do the thing to make them spawn in. So, this is here. It's the whole lift. Usually it's like broken in half, but there it just falls down. The portaling is messed up a little bit here, so if you actually stand here, you can kind of see the... things fade in and out of existence. Hey Grail, I saw that. You don't need to keep you don't need to keep posting that. I saw it. I just don't know a lot about Attack on Titan, which is why I didn't comment on it. So there's no shotguns and stuff in this room yet. There's a lot of the flavor that they did just isn't here at the moment. This was before Jamie did his famous pass through to add a bunch of stuff. So yeah. One thing that is interesting though, these doors are broken down. Which kind of implies that the flood, like, rushed through here in some way. As they were breaking containment and all that. I'm almost out of shotgun ammo. Yeah, the doors are broken the wrong way, which is why I imagine they sort of changed it. So one thing, I'm actually going to pause the game here. So you might remember this section right here from my cut content mod. This thing plays out here with like the door being broken down. It's very glitchy and doesn't work correctly, but if you are fast enough, you can get over to see it. You can see the Marines rush through, except the Marines are the one who broke down the door, if you saw that. These Marines just fucking smashed the door, which is kind of funny. Dude, they are fucking powerful, dude. Let me get a checkpoint here. So I'm gonna try to. Okay, maybe not. They still die in like one shot though, which is, you know. Now, I saw so many things, right? So I wanted to tell this to Sloth, but I decided not to, just to let him experience, you know, the build without too many spoilers. But if Sloth is watching, This door was unlocked the entire time. You didn't need to run through there to get up here. Also, flamethrower flood. It kind of defeats the entire purpose for this room over here to kind of go back up, but this door was open the entire time. Yeah, the shotgun's got giga ammo. So this whole room you can just skip. Even without doing camo Jumo, you can just skip this room. It doesn't matter. Hey, Grave. Oh, Preed from Titan? I don't know. I definitely wanted that pistol ammo. Yeah, the pistol, I think, has up to 180 rounds as well. You can just carry so much more ammo with these weapons in this build. I think this still works. It's definitely a little offset, but I think you can activate it and it does work. Playthrough's going well. Dead Marine. That door is unlocked as well. So you don't actually need to take like the speedrun route to get through here. You can if you want. There is an unused lift up there. There's not really anything special about it. Beyond there's no fire. I'll probably show it real quick. Let me just kill things to get a checkpoint. Oh, 240 spare rounds? Okay. I think you're right. I don't know where I got 180 from. It's either 180 or 240. I honestly just can't remember. Checkpoint? There we go. So now that we have a checkpoint, get up here. So this should be the unused lift, which here it is. So there are a bunch of enemy spawns here in retail as well. This area is just blocked off unless you do that that glitch right there to get up here. In 1749, you can get up here organically. I think they blocked off a lot of these different areas because it's really easy to get lost. So this is like a... Normally they added some fire here in the retail version, but it's just kind of not present here. I think if I kill these guys, I'll get a checkpoint. Maybe not. No, it's probably because of this guy. Maybe not. You can get in it. You just need to do that little glitch to get through the floor like I did. In this build, you can just kind of climb up. So this room confused a lot of people. I will explain it. $240 spare rounds. It is 240. I just couldn't remember if it was 240 or 180. So if it's probably 240, I think you're right. So this room confused a lot of people. There's no the whole like last stand with the jackals and the marines doesn't actually exist here. Instead, there's this little broken part that you have to jump up, and that's how you actually get up to the second floor. Just via this little part. This confused so many people. It was kind of funny. But that's how you actually get up and get through here. This is approaching the exits. this script is a little broken in that many of these flood don't actually rush forward. So we'll just go ahead and get out of here. So this this dialogue is not unused. It's interesting because Foehammer seems to respond to Master Chief. Like Master Chief seems to say something.
This is Echo 419. Chief, is that you? I lost your cruiser disappeared inside the structure. What's going on down there? I'm tracking movement all over the place. Negative, Master Chief. I have no visual on you and the swamp's canopy's too thick. I can't see any way through. Wait one... Okay, Chief. There's a large tower a few hundred meters from your current position. Find a way above the fog and foliage canopy and I can move in and pick you up.
It like seems that like Chief is responding to Foehammer. So like there was like an original direction. So if you actually look at like the Macworld demo, Master Chief does talk. Like he's very vocal and talks a lot. Whereas in this, you know, in the final version of CE and really future, pretty much everything before H4, right? Like Chief was very silent, like a very silent protagonist type. So that dialogue seems to like go back to that original design of Chief where he talked a lot more. Here's the tower. You get here, you got the chapter title, New Friends. I think you can just hide here and the cutscene will just play out after a timer, if I recall. I might be wrong. I think you just have to kill some flood, maybe. There it goes.
Greetings. I am the monitor of Installation 04. I am 342 Guilty Spark.
342.
Unfortunate. Someone has released the flood. It will be necessary for us to activate the installation's containment, but it is the nature of the flood to spread. My function is to prevent it from leaving this installation, but I require your assistance. Come, this way.
Chief, I've lost your signal. Where'd you go? Chief! Chief!
Yep, there are. So here's something interesting. You need help. There's a couple interesting things about that cutscene, which is Chief is facing the wrong way. That whole swamp section doesn't work correctly on 1749. There's some like memory overflow issue that happens. So like that whole final swamp section is completely broken in 1749, and you don't really get that cutscene to play out correctly and all that stuff. Then of course 342, which is Marty actually mentioned this, and I think the dev commentary, or maybe the Speedrunner React, I don't remember which one, where they gave the voice actor for Monder the wrong script, or rather there was a typo in the script where it was 342 Guilty Spark instead of 343. So he actually had to splice together two different takes to get 343. And then, of course, the you need help at the bottom right is not like you need help because this level is bad. They actually never... excuse me, properly finished the chapter descriptions on this level. So that's actually just the default chapter title. It's like you need help and then bullet points on how to like set the chapter titles like as instructions for developers. So the you need help is just directly reading from the tutorial, and that's why it shows up there. It's a little interesting tidbit. I'm going to use the restroom super quick. I will be right back. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I agree. The voice splitting almost makes it sound more robotic, which is fitting. So they kind of lucked out that that's where it kind of had a problem, because it's already like a robot type character, so it's okay if it sounds a little robotic. Like that whole, like if you're gonna have a typo in your script, that's kind of the character you want that with. So, non-bake lighting. Also, yeah, they were still figuring out what to do with Spark. His effects are very, very interesting. Just a big ball of light. They like from different angles. It's like directional. It's kind of weird. And then, of course, there's all the lightning happening to him. So, yeah, definitely still working out what to do with him. It's a bit of a fun fact, and this is present in retail as well. If you go and hit that trigger, then you do a nade jump. Like that, and you walk all the way around. This, you can do this in retail as well, which makes life a lot better, trust me. This whole section here is like notorious for being super difficult because it just spawns in so many flood. But it's actually not a problem if you do this method, or you do the flood bump. If you're on legendary or heroic, the flood bump does work. You do get the guarantee reviver here. On any other difficulty, or on versions like if you're doing the randomizer where you're not guaranteed that, can hit that trigger over there and this one right here, and it will progress monitor, and will do so without spawning enemies. So this entire area is going to be completely enemy free. Which I always do this because, I'll be honest with you, I despise this entire section. It's actually just bullshit. So I always like to do this. Makes this a lot more chill. There's just not going to be any enemies. Just in this specific section. The whole rest of the level has enemies. I've always hated the design of this section with just too many flood rushing at you. It's just never really was a fan of it. So you can do this and just skip all the enemies, which is kind of nice. Just wait here for a second. It'll open. Like so. A little nifty trick if you ever want to skip all the crap over there, which will be very useful on legendary, especially if you don't know the flood bumps. So I do want that shotgun. So something else that's kind of interesting is you don't get a shotgun starting on like normal or easy. So you do have to get one. In retail, you do just start with one. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. This level is designed so that you're supposed to just keep moving, like you're running from the flood. The flood are attacking, you gotta run from them, right? The problem is, everything up to this point, like I said, like this is where the game takes a dramatic shift and it's like a different sort of vibe to it. Everything that the game taught you up until this point was to like kill all the enemies, use all the stuff at your disposal, right, to kill enemies. This is like the game just shifting to, okay, now you have to flee an onslaught of flood. So this whole level is like designed around you fleeing from the flood and just keep moving, keep moving. But the game never has anything to like teach you that. Like it never teaches you that, so most people just stand around and try to kill all the flood. But the level wasn't really designed to do that. So, that's why this level is like such a problem casually, is because the game never like tells you that, oh yeah, this elevator doesn't stay at the bottom by default. I got a checkpoint, so I'll show this. In this build as well, the edges are very glitchy. It's very easy to sort of like fall through it. I'm trying to show it off here. It's a little tricky sometimes. I think it's like here. You can like fall in, yeah, like this. And like you're inside the elevator, and you can kind of like almost fall through if you're not careful, like that. And die. Or at least almost die. Uh-oh. Oh god, how am I gonna get out of this one? That's not good. Hang on. Shit. Hang on, maybe I can fix this. Just gotta clip upwards somehow. There we go. We're good, we're good. Yeah, I'll bet you can too. So, yeah, the game never really teaches you that. And then this level also breaks its own design. Because if the design was to be that you're supposed to, like... Oh, there's a med kit down there. Nice. if the design of this level was to be like you have to always keep moving, putting these locked doors here is like giving conflicting information to the player, because now the player thinks you have to kill all the flood in the area or kill enough flood in order to progress the mission. So like the level is designed around you constantly fleeing from the flood. But then there's like sections like this where it's like giving you conflicting information. No, you have to kill all the flood in order to progress. The reality is this is just a timer, but you don't know that as the player. So this level has like always been an enigma to me for that reason. Like, I feel like if the game had properly informed you that you need to keep running, and then it was designed better around you running away from the flood, which I think was the original design, if like you listen to some of the dev commentary, I feel like this level would have been a lot better, or at least better received than it ultimately was. Also, the Sentinel sounds are a lot more whooshy. So you can go that way if you want, but you don't actually need to. It's actually both faster and safer to just go around this way. So you can kind of just leave all those flood alone. As a another thing, you can do a nade jump and skip this waiting period. I won't do it, but at least for this playthrough, but you can just do a nade jump and skip all this stuff if you want to. You also don't need to wait. I'll just wait because it's not that long, and might get some bonus stuff. You can see all the flood over there that we skipped. I think one of them has a flamethrower, or at least is supposed to have a flamethrower, which is kind of interesting. What difficulty is this? This is on normal, yeah. I'm just doing a playthrough on normal just to sort of like talk through the mod. I didn't want to like have a super hard playthrough yet. I am going to do a playthrough on legendary just for fun, just to kind of show that how ridiculous it is. There's a med kit here if anyone would ever need it. There is also a flamethrower flood. The flamethrower is really not good in this build, so I don't really intend to use it, but it's kind of cool seeing flamethrowers just organically. For fun, yeah, exactly. Oh, another thing. The carrier damage glitch is not in this build. Or rather, not in this mod, I should say. So the carrier damage glitch is an MCC bug with metals, where if you kill a carrier, if you're specifically the one to initiate a carrier dying and exploding, it takes on your damage scaling. So on legendary, it does less damage. On easy, it does more damage. I did patch that for this mod, so carriers do the correct amount of damage no matter what. But that is an interesting thing as well. If you didn't know that about MCC. If you specifically kill a carrier rather than letting it blow up normally, it would do less damage to you, and the vice versa on easy. It's all because of metals. There's a nice blog post by Scale. It's called "Curious Case of the Carrier," if you're ever curious about that. It's kind of funny. It also explains. So I explained it in the video, but that blog post also explains how you have more health and shields on legendary. Which is, again, an interesting tidbit. If you're not a speedrunner, you don't really know these things. That's not really something you'd notice as a casual, unless like you kind of looked for it, or like it kind of happened and you like knew the game down to that level of detail. But obviously speedrunners are going to know everything about the game. So yeah, the elevators were not always down by default, which makes all the enemy spawns over here make a lot more sense. Because you're like trying to wait for the elevator to come down, but there's enemies swarming. What causes the shotgun glitch? No one really knows for certain, at least that I'm aware of. But it seems to be if you shoot your shot, if you kill a flood and the same tick that he shoots his shotgun, for some reason it does like max damage to you. Like all the pellets hit you at once instead of like, you know, it has like max accuracy in a way you can think of it. Is that how I've always understood it? But I don't think anyone really knows for certain. I think it happens with the AR too, yeah. Something interesting about this is specifically on the 3rd and 4th floor of library. These are destructible. Specifically only on the 3rd and 4th floor. The 1st and 2nd, these are not destructible. So, kind of weird. Dark door bump is near impossible on this build because of the super reactive AI. They just react and start moving towards you and kind of mess up the setup. So dark door isn't really a thing you can do. I'll kind of demonstrate it. Like what happens if you try to do it. Also, some unfinished geo right there. Just, yeah, there's a couple places like this on a library where it's just like missing a triangle. But here's why you can't do the dark door bump. They just like instantly react. See how he's moving towards? So you can't really do the setup that you'd normally do with revivers. There is a health pack over here though. Interestingly, there's a lot of different like health and shield pickups. There's not really ammo pickups, but there's like a lot of like health pickups on library. Which, funnily enough, despite this level needing to have like a full redesign, because the original design of library that was like a big spiral staircase wasn't really it just wasn't feasible to do on a was not feasible to do on an OG Xbox. So they had to like completely redesign this level, and despite that, it's probably one of the more finished levels in this build, which is interesting, given the amount of problems there were. Crap. I think if you leave all these popcorn alive, you don't get extra spawns, because these count towards like the quota to spawn in more enemies. The door is also open, but that's beside the point. I'm gonna try to kill these guys for a checkpoint. Oh no, that script is still running. I gotta go. Okay, we're good there, I think. Oh shit, we're not good. That was close. So this stuff is here. If you run around here, you do get these extra spawns, which is kind of neat that they thought ahead here. But this is still present, where if you jump really to the right, you end up skipping all these spawns. The trigger doesn't extend out all the way, so you can just skip all the spawns here. Yeah, I'm not used... I forgot that I guess in this build, the rocket launcher flood can spawn on the right side there. Usually only spawns on the left side. No ammo, nades, and... no nades and health pack there either on this build. I think light bump still works. I can try for it. No, not I think. I've done light bump. Yeah, light bump works. So I'll give it a try here. Nice little flamethrower. So I'll go for it here. Just gonna throw a plasma. Throw another one. So, get in the spot. So, get that checkpoint. I like completely forgot the lineup, I think, though. I think it was here. Nope. Oops. Maybe it was like here. I completely forgot the lineup in old graphics. Oh, that was kind of a bump, so that might be the spot. Could have sworn it was like right there, wasn't it? can't get it. I think I remember, like, you could use that up there too. Oh yeah, that's a bump right there. So maybe that's the spot, kind of like up here. Just sort of play around with it until I get it. Oop, that's kind of doing something. I don't think this is the right spot at all, by the way. It's right there. I completely forgot the lineup for this. Like, I know it in new graphics, I just don't really do old graphics light bump a lot, so it's like kind of throwing me for a loop here. Could have sworn it was like right here. I'm not going to spend too much time on this. Alright, we're just going to wait out the timer then. If you do kind of back up here and just wait, it's a little bit harder with this super responsive AI, but you can just hide back here as they don't see you. Which looks like they haven't, so you can just hide and wait out the timer. Happy Sunday, Gabet. Hope you're doing well. Hope the new house is treating you well. Oh, shit. Almost forgot. Get extra DLC spawns there if you don't do a light bump. But yeah, you're just delaying a checkpoint with those plasma throws. Yeah, monitoring dig site has been fun. It's cool to see kind of what's coming out there. I haven't really been able to dig into it too much, but it's cool to see. Yeah, the Halo 4 stuff's going to be cool. Oh, no worries. Have fun. I don't know how the housing market is where you are, but where I am, I mean, houses sell like hotcakes, so might sell pretty quick. You don't need to go through the tunnel. You can just do a nade jump through here, which is a lot nicer. I can try for a flood bump. I did get a checkpoint, so why not? I'll give it a try. So I did get a human flood. We'll see if he is a reviver. Was nice, so I can just bump through this door. So these still work in this build, which is pretty cool. DLC medkit still down there. Am I gonna add more content to your cut content mod? I am. In fact, one of the reasons I wanted to port this was to get stuff from here to put in that. So, yes, fully am planning to. In fact, looks like they left, but the person who works on Project Spark was also here as well. Oh yeah, this door is broken. I think that originally they were going to have some kind of like weird thing happen here with some final sequence. So this is kind of like an in-between period when that door was not broken, but they wanted it to like be like it was. It's like the in-between period when they kind of brought in the other stuff. So level's just going to end here. So yeah, the person from Project Spark was in here, Red Centurion, so I think they're going to help me a bit with it too, or at least that seemed like the plan, but we'll see. I'm not obviously going to pressure or anything, so looks like there might even be more stuff, or I guess more people to look at different stuff, which will be cool. So yes, absolutely, I'm planning to. So this is TB. There's no intro cutscene. This is where a lot of the game just sort of stops having cutscenes. So I don't think there's a single cutscene past this point. It just like that's it. I think after 343, I think the reveal or the final thing on reveal cutscene was the last thing. Yeah, I'm hoping so too. It's been really fun to dig into it. It's kind of my first foray into games modding, so a lot of this stuff was sort of like, especially this mod was like kind of new. If that makes sense. New to the mod tools type deal, so it's a really good way to learn them, honestly. So I'm excited to go back to the cut content stuff because I feel like I have so much more knowledge and experience and can actually script a lot of the things that I couldn't before, which will be really cool. So anyway, what's fun about this level, you start with an AR and a shotgun, yet they have you fight sentinels here still, and these weapons are not very well suited for sentinels, obviously. So it's a little funny. On Legendary, there are 8 sentinels. On Heroic, there's 6. And they still only give you an assault rifle and a shotgun. So there is a trick you can do on Legendary to skip these spawns temporarily. You do need to get these spawns to progress the mission. But you can skip the trigger, go run forward, get the Banshee, and then sort of just rush through this whole section, kind of skipping it all. That's probably the only way you're going to do this section on Legendary without cheating, is skipping that trigger, because otherwise it's just impossible. But you don't even have plasma grenades. You have no plasma weapons to deal with those sentinels. It honestly blew my mind when I first saw it. I'm like, what were they thinking? But the only thing I can think is that maybe, again, a lot of this was going to be an in-between period when they were still kind of experimenting with stuff, right? So a lot of the stuff is just kind of unfinished because, you know, they're still working through it. And this was like, I think one of the last levels they finished. So this level being one of the last levels is naturally, you know, it's going to be the most unfinished. As you can see, yeah, I think TB is probably the most broken of all the levels in this mod. Or this build, I should say, not even this mod. Yeah, Restream added a way to do that, which is really nice. So yeah, these are all offset, which is pretty funny. There's going to be no dialogue on this mission either. Again, this mission, I think, as far as development goes, this was the last mission they finished in Halo CE, so that's just, in this build, it's naturally going to be the most unfinished. So there's no dialogue here either, but it does give you the nav marker. There is some debug text saying, go get the 3 pulse generators and all that stuff. There is no weapons up here, so this kind of is just a stairway to nowhere. Ambush! One thing that Sloth noticed as well is there's no stagger back animation when you melee the elites. They just sort of don't react to your melee, as they just didn't have that in yet, so... A lot of like little things like that. Here's something that people like almost never notice as well. So I will point it out here. There is a little battle happening up here. So there's some elites fighting some carriers coming from both ends. Hopefully I don't take too much damage there, but that should be okay. So you kind of see him like battling it out up here. On Legendary, these elites, like, almost always die as well, but on normal, they tend to... Oh, no, they're scripted to die. Interesting. I didn't realize that. So the elites up here are, like, fully scripted to die to the popcorn flood and, like, get eaten. I didn't realize they were scripted for that to happen, so... Yeah. A little bit of an interesting thing there. A lot of people don't notice it, but it's like happening right up there. No, it is not in retail. In retail, Flood do not show up anywhere in TB until you get a little bit further in the mission. I believe, like, lore-wise, they were going for the Covenant were sitting here trying to defend the control room from the Flood. So there were no Flood in this section because the Covenant were, like, desperately trying to fight them off. And as you get further in the level, which is going away from the control room, you see that the Flood are, like, attacking. So it's supposed to be like an all-out war where the Covenant are trying to prevent the Flood from getting to the control room. I believe that's sort of the main lore reason. At least, you know, that's what it seems to be implied. You wouldn't really know unless you ask, like, somebody on the dev team. Oh, thank you for stopping by. Like I said, the VOD will be up on YouTube sometime this week. I'm just going to take this and throw it up over on YouTube, so, yeah. I don't know if there's any increases to enemy accuracy in, like, in between this build versus others. Unless you're talking about, like, versus other games, but... Alright, so this one's gonna be interesting. So he can get stuck in there. He doesn't seem to do it very often on this build, but in like the original 1749, he would like almost always get stuck there. It's kind of funny that he doesn't seem to on this. Probably just the physics. I am gonna try to kill this guy. There we go. So I did make a change here very recently based on some stuff that I noticed from some peeps playing it. So I'll show that off here in a second. Just kill these enemies first. Or rocket ammo, probably. So, you know, in 1749, right? So, Banshees can blow up with no one being in it. This is the only Banshee that you get to get up there. So, I added a bit of quality of life here. Just because I noticed that some people got soft locked here. It's very easy to get soft locked in this level by accidentally destroying your Banshee. So I added a little quality of life. You're welcome. That is not in 1749, by the way. That is something I specifically added. You're welcome. Trust me, you don't want to get... I figured who the hell is going to restart the mission to avoid the soft lock, so... No. So yeah, this will just respawn. It'll respawn back down there, is where it respawns. So you might be thinking, what the hell am I going to do? I only have one Banshee to get back down. I added more Banshees as well. I made it a lot harder to soft lock this level now. I figured it probably no one's going to care if I add a few extra Banshees, but everyone's going to care if you have to restart the mission in order to finish this level. So I made it a little harder to soft lock is all. Yeah, that's a Gold Hawk, yeah. That's good. Yeah, I noticed that when all that stuff was happening, so I added a lot of quality of life here. So this screen effect happens for a very long time compared to retail. Like, it's still going, it's still blue. And then you can see... Like, this effect is unique, like, kind of it leaking out like that. Usually it's, like, shaking in retail, but they also, like, added this little effect here that I kind of like. That's, like, popping out from the thing. Not faithful to the bad port, true. So, another thing I did as well... I added a Banshee here, so you don't get soft locked. This is mine. I added this here, and yes, if you accidentally blow it up, it will respawn. There it is. You're welcome. Head through that door. Get the hell out of Dodge here. So this room is absolutely ridiculous on Legendary. Just because of the reduced health, you can't, like, get out as easily. You can, like, jump up here and then jump right here to, like, kind of get around everything, but it's a lot harder on Ledge. On Ledge, you, like, need to conserve your rockets as much as you can. You basically need to use that infinite rocket glitch that I showed way back. Otherwise, you're not completing this mission. Like, you're just not. You're not getting a single first aid kit on this mission either. That is a good point. You also don't get any other rockets either. There's like just so much. Oh yeah, that's just empty. Great. This mission is, yeah, it's just ridiculous. There's enemies everywhere. They give you no ammo, no health pickups, no rockets. It's really not great. So here's where the lighting is going to be fixed, finally. One rocket and a dream. Zoom. There it is. Nice. Probably be better that way. Having no rockets is going to kind of suck. Well, there will be a rocket launcher up here at least, which will be good. That is intentional, Grail, yes. They are indeed. Their color palette is different in this build compared to retail. So Hell Room on this build has caused a lot of people a lot of grief because of the more aggressive AI. So they see you right away, and like on Legendary, most of these guys have shotguns, which is definitely a huge problem. So I've noticed a lot of people having trouble with this room on Legendary. See like all the different shotguns. You can imagine on Ledge, with the reduced health and shields, this is quite the problem. I am a little bit worried because up there is going to be a rocket flood. There he is. I got him. There we go. Yeah, this mission will take you a little bit longer than an hour, unfortunately. Is there a plasma pistol somewhere? That would be nice. Yeah, we'll stick with the shotgun and rockets. Might be fine. Let's do that. Another couple flamethrower flood there. Far enough, should get a checkpoint here. Nice. The infamous second bridge. I'm just gonna run and hope I don't die. Oh, wow, they're helping me clear things out, but now they're latched onto me. So that might not be good. There's no, like, these bridges aren't quite finished, so, like, there's not as many triggers that like spawn in a bunch of extra flood there, so it's a lot easier to run through that, especially on Legendary. Not that you'll want to run through that on Legendary, but... So there's no, like, little flavor. I'm gonna fucking die. It's crazy. I'm just gonna back up. No, like, little flavor of, like, the flood eating the dead guys and all that. Little infinite ammo glitch there. Yeah, I know, and he just doesn't shoot. It takes forever. Yeah, this room also has significantly less enemies beyond those 3 elites right there. But that's supposed to be like the flood eating people and all that. I think the main intention... I think like the main intention as they like work through this level was as you progress through the level... Oh yeah, this. You have to activate this in order to... Yeah. I believe the main intention was as you progress further in the level, it becomes more flood. Like more flood-like. Like as like everything's descending into chaos. Because like you moved from where the Covenant were entrenched through where they're not as entrenched, excuse me. Which is a unique level design. I really like it. Here's probably one of the weirdest things in this build. There's flood everywhere. Everyone's fighting for their life, but this grunt's just taking a nap. It's not easier. Not on ledge, at least. Yeah, an EP grunt. I know what you're getting at, but that specific room has so many shotgun flood that like having them all just like instantly latching on you is not easier at all. It's a huge problem. Because you have 40% less health and shields in this build on Legendary, so like every shotgun shot you take just deletes you. It's like actually ridiculous. So yeah. So this room as well is supposed to just only have flood human forms in it. I think the intention was this is where we left Fireteam Zulu after assault on the control room. Like this is where we left them in that big area. If you like play through it casually in the normal retail. And I believe those human flood are like supposed to represent this is Fireteam Zulu. At least that's my running theory. But in this build, it's just all Covenant. Yes, the shotgun is worse as well. You can go and get in that Wraith if you want to. It's kind of ass, so you'll likely die if you want to do that, but go for it. Did I accidentally skip a trigger? Hope not. I think I did. I did. Interesting. Was it back here? Yep, there it is. Interesting. I'll have to look at that. So that trigger is supposed to check every, like, 10 ticks because you're supposed to have a ghost driving through it. At least that's the intention. So it might not be checking every 20 ticks. I'm going to make a mental note of that. That might need to be a fix because I don't want you to, like, blow through triggers and, like, kind of skip stuff like that because that will break this level. This level is completely daisy-chained. Skipping that trigger just breaks everything. I'll make a core save here real quick just to show this part. Here's 2 Banshees. A little bit more quality of life here. I do respawn them if they both blow up. But do a core load so I don't waste my ammo there. So I sort of added all this quality of life over across this mission just to make it really hard to soft lock. You can still soft lock if you attempt. Like you can soft lock if you really want to, but at that point, I'm just going to say it's a skill issue. I actually don't want to park this here. I'm going to park this. Whoops, come on. I'm actually just going to drive that off the cliff. So I believe this is the unused generator room. So I did add something else here. I did add another pop-up. This generator room is unused in 1749. Go to the one on the other side of the canyon. So this whole area is just an unused generator room. You can go in it, you can explore, but it's completely unused. So I added that little that little pop-up to let you know that. When you should sacrifice the purity of the beta build for the quality of life and playability. Yeah. Because like when you're playing the beta build, you need to like have cheats on in order to complete it. It's just not completable without cheats. So, yeah. Respawning the Banshees was just kind of like... I was already fixing soft locks, and I kind of consider that like a soft lock. So... So I did like add extra Banshees and add a little monitor script. So it essentially just continuously checks if the Banshee's dead. It just waits until the Banshee's dead. And when it's dead, it goes, okay, does the HUD flash up and respawns it. So that's just kind of like my way of, you know, idiot proofing it. I don't want to say idiot proofing. Like, it's so easy to just whoops, oops, my bad. And then you get a checkpoint, and then you're soft locked. So I figured, you know, it really doesn't cost anything. I don't think it sacrifices the purity of the build either to add a couple extra Banshees and stuff like that. Raw seg proofing it, yeah. So another thing that is kind of interesting, these like little cones of light are unique to this build as well, like these ones. I believe they're very different. They're more circular in retail. So these are kind of 1749. Unique. Holy shit. So that was the unused generator room. This generator room is the exact same as that one, except this is the one you're supposed to go to. At least in this build, this is obviously going to be very different from retail. Oh, God. Dude, please. Please die. Holy shit. So, this reactor room is the one that's actually used. You know that because there's enemies that spawn here, but I figured unless you read the mod description, which what I have learned from this experience is absolutely no one reads the mod description at all. There were so many people that just went in without reading the mod description. So I was like, okay, I'm going to add some pop-up text that says, this is not the way, go the other way. And I feel like that'll work a lot better than like, yeah. And again, it's pretty obviously my additions. So yeah. But yep, you go activate that one. Does kind of the same stuff. The whole room is just different. This is like, this is an exact mirror of the other side. They changed this to just be a single reactor room, like in the first one. They end up making the first three very same. So, yeah. Sorry for the ad. Feel free to ad block. I don't care. But I do always like, I like this one. Yeah, I think everyone likes the, like the dark area. I feel like this would be a really good spot for like a flood ambush or something. So, the 4th gen, the, you know, secret 4th gen in retail, you can actually get in, not this one, but the one on the other side if you like teleport using a Banshee or just, you know, teleport using HCM. You can actually get in there. And what's cool is you get this whole dark area like before, and kind of like almost what I'd be thinking from like a content perspective is like, what if like when you reach this second area, it's like all Covenant, and one of the reactor rooms is locked, like the doors are locked, and you go to the other one. The other one is just like how it is, or the other one is like this one. So like this is the unlocked one, and you go through that dark hallway. And the second you activate the pulse generator, a bunch of flood just flood into this room. And you have to kind of like fight your way out through flood. And as like you make your way outside, it's like all the Covenant that were out here are dead. And there's just flood everywhere. Like they broke out of the other reactor room. It's kind of like an idea I was playing with. Kind of like showing like this descended into madness. Like the Covenant had the flood locked up in that reactor room and they broke out and like attacked everything and then came over here and attacked over here. It's kind of like what I was thinking. Yes, this Banshee is also respawnable. So, just a bunch of like cool stuff like that. It's kind of what I'm thinking for like that section. So this entire last like third of the mission is completely unfinished. Like not even close to being done. To the point where there's no button here, there's no door. They just like put some lights here that are just floating in midair. That you can see back there. Try not to blow up. One other thing that a lot of people noticed about the Banshee, there's no health bar. Those just weren't invented yet. So you actually have no idea. The only way that you know how weakened your Banshee is by like it starts smoking and on fire, which is kind of funny. But I got out. Yeah, there's no button or door or anything. This entire last third of the mission is just completely unfinished. There is a little encounter here. Dude, how did he live that? That's crazy. So yeah, the only way that you know is your Banshee's like smoking. That's how you know your Banshee's weak. They didn't actually give you a health bar or anything. So here's another Banshee. It will respawn. I made this as idiot-proof as possible. It's very hard to soft lock this mission now, but you still can if you really want to try. So yeah, this entire section is just not done. They didn't do like the big battle or the final run, as it were. There is no final run. In fact, the Pelican from earlier is still here. Which is probably most interesting. I think they literally just copy and pasted this BSP. Like this whole area, they just copy and pasted from AOTCR and like threw some lighting on it while they like were working on other things. They're like, we'll finish it later. Okay, so right here, there was definitely a rock here. 100%. And same with over there. There was definitely a big old rock there that they removed at some point. That's why you have a big shadow. I imagine, so these rocks were added later. I can tell because there's no shadow underneath them. So there's like, if you move any piece of geometry or delete any piece of geometry, it is, you need to rerun Radiosity. So they just didn't do that. All these doors are locked like they're supposed to be. You can glitch inside them, and if you do, it's just all unfinished lighting and all that stuff. So, yeah. The tunnel is not blocked off with rocks. Yeah, I can show that. But yeah, there's no like big Covenant fight here. Took like 3 days back then. Yep. That it did. With modern tools, it runs a lot faster. It's still slow, but a bit faster. Yeah, there's no no rocks blocking it. They just copy and paste this from AO2CR for sure. Hey, Hawkbird. I'm glad. Sorry if my voice is starting to give out a little bit. I'm trying to hold it together. So, yeah. That's pretty much the main thing about TB. So this whole... I love this generator room. I agree, Helpless. This generator room is so cool. It's like so much more unique. I think when Sloth was doing his first playthrough, he was like, I'm done. I'm finally done with the mission. Oh my god, he opens the door to just 2 special elites, spec ops elites, I should say, that just dome him. And all I hear him say is, oh, what the fuck is this? It's a whole bonus room. He had 1 red the entire time as well. There's no health packs on this mission. I've been at, you know, the health that I started with is all that I have. You know. So if you're playing this mission on Legendary and you drop to 1 red, it is quite literally fine to just revert. I would just revert. Don't even bother. So this is the shortest elevator in the game. If this elevator were to make it into retail, this would be the shortest one in the game. It's a very short hop up. You can like see how high it is. And that should do her. All right, I'm gonna refill my water real quick. Then we'll end this level and move on to keys. So give me 1 second. How hard is it to type game 1? Oh, they did type in game 1. When you blow up this reactor, it blows up the second generator. So there's a typo in the script where when it's like, you know, kill the generator, it kills the second one instead of the third one. And that's not all. In the scripts, it tells it to kill the generator and then instantly checks if all the generators are dead. The problem is it takes this generator a few seconds to fully blow up. It's like an effect that like slowly interpolates up to 1. So there's actually 2 bugs in there. One is it blows up the wrong generator, and the other one is that it checks too quickly if everything's kosher. But one thing that is funny, you can go to this section, blow up this generator, and then go back to the second generator and blow that one up. You can do that. That will work, I believe. I think that they're like kind of, I don't think they're daisy chained in that sense. They might be though, I might be wrong, but I think they're like you can actually go and blow them up out of order. But anyway, this is fixed now. There's also no cutscene. So you just kind of teleport here. It gives a little placeholder. So the level description for this one is bring back the head of Captain Keyes. So the original design for this mission was pretty much Keyes was already dead from the start. He was already overtaken by the flood. So he's just gone at this point. And there's even some unused dialogue here.
I can read the captain's CNI transponder. He's in the control room. But I'm not detecting any human life signs.
So he's just dead. You can't actually see him because there's no model for him. Another thing that's interesting is if you were to flood bump into here, you can trigger the cutscene, but the cutscene never switches the BSP. So if you tried to go through using the flood bump, go up, trigger the cutscene, and come back, you'd very quickly find this. And this would never change because it doesn't actually switch the load zone to a different area. So that's interesting. Admitted they had no idea. I mean, that makes sense. It's like, hey, you know, we might damage your shields if we do it more than once. It's an adequate explanation, but, you know, if you think about it a little bit more, it's like a little bit of like a Deus Ex Machina. Oh, Jesus Christ. They're going crazy. Ow, 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 ow. Ah! Oh, God. Think we're okay? So that's still there.
The
There's a... Yeah. This whole like last stand part does exist in this mission as well. I think there's one unused dialogue line here as well, which is kind of cool. I think I just played. There's so many I can't track them all.
Warning, threat level increasing.
Oh, that's interesting. So, there's not actually any pools of coolant down here either, but if you fall down, it kind of glitches out a little bit. Then there's no cutscenes, so you're just down here now. And the lighting wasn't yet finished, so it's just kind of like this. Shit, I thought I was gonna die there. That is another unused dialogue line. I recommend we wait until they wear each other down. That's all unique as well. There's a lot of cut dialogue. I don't think they needed to cut that line. I'm not sure why they did. Maybe it's like the cadence of Cortana. Those guys still despawn, by the way. No sniper or medkit there, so dealing with these hunters is a little problematic, but should be fine. Oh my fucking god. I think I'm just dead. Oh, we should be okay. We're good. It was a worse flashbang before I fixed it. Yeah. God damn it. Yes, it would. This mission always... Okay, dude. This mission always felt like a bit of a hacky-tack mess, honestly. I think, like, if there was a mission that felt the most unfinished in the retail game, it was this one. This one always felt to me that it was just, like, a last minute thrown together, like we're out of time, just ship it. Here, I thought CEA was bright. Yeah. I have heard some people say they prefer this, though, because, like, it was so fucking dark. Like, this area is so dark in retail. Like, it's ridiculous. So I've heard some people say they actually prefer this a little bit. Here's something that always throws people for a loop when they first see it. There is a... an unused little encounter here. You'll see some banshees doing a flyby. Hopefully we'll see it soon. Where is it? Gotta kill these guys. There it is. You can see some banshees coming through doing a drive-by. There's no one in them, but in fact, I'll prove it to you. No one in them, but they just kind of do a little flyby. Another cool, unique 1749 thing. There's another OS up here too. Here they come, run!
Wait a moment. We went through the doors on the right the last time we were here. This is a different route. The Covenant BattleNet is a mess. I can't access the ship's schematics. My records indicate that a shuttle bay should be here.
I like how Cortana's cadence in this is so much more calm, given what's going on. Like, in In retail, her delivery is like freaking out, but here it's kind of like, man, it's a mess. I can't figure anything out. I guess there's a control room over here. Whereas in retail, she's like, you know, hey, there's kind of this is kind of a fucking disaster right now. So I've always kind of like that, found that difference a little funny. Oh yeah, and a CRT, I know what you mean. It's impossible to see anything. So you probably noticed when you just teleport up to here, all these, like everyone's alive and then they just get killed. I think they do this in the OG as well. They just hide it somehow. I forgot. Or maybe these are just kind of like flavor bodies that are dead, but yeah. Also, the grunt heads do detach from their body when they like slink down, which is a little funny. It's not supposed to be TNR, that is correct. This is supposed to be a different ship. It's just reusing a lot of TNR assets. Along Fade from the White in retail, yeah. So I think that they had that happen the same way. They just...
Look, the Flood are gathering bodies.
Look in the corners. I did that because there's a med kit and a OS right there. So I just want to get like a fresh batch of health. Oh god, dude, I never understood why they just threw a bunch of carriers down here, man. You just get no bearings. Ugh. I'm sorry, this is my least favorite. Even as a kid, this was always my least favorite mission. I've always just never liked this mission. Again, it's always felt like the most just ship it. Yes, I did apply the meme fix. Yeah, I had to remove every instance of the word carrier from the tags, which is irritating. I put a big note in there too for anyone who wants to use the assets in this. There's no changes to the carriers beyond they're just named differently from a tags perspective. So that's the only way to fix the damage glitch. Checkpoint. So this is all unbaked lighting as well. There's so many elites over there. So they somehow, so in retail, there is a ridiculous amount of enemies that spawn in this entire level. In this build, it's somehow even worse. Like, there's even more enemies that spawn constantly. It's ridiculous. Like, I do not understand how the final version of this level was like, yeah, totally. So this little section here also exists. This hunter is just dead by default, and like there's kind of like a little fight happening here. This is also exists in this build. Yeah, this door in particular is a very big problem. On Legendary, Sloth, it took Sloth quite a while to get through here. I do remember that. Those enemies right there won't clean up either. They will be there on the return trip when you're trying to get down to the not the Pelican, excuse me, the Banshees. So it's just, it's a bit of a problem. There seems like to be no continuity either. Like, you're fighting Flood right there, and then you come up, and then there's some Jackals fleeing some more Flood. It's like, always been weird to me. Like, that's kind of how it is in retail too, and it's always been weird to me, like, the continuity of fights. It's just like, there's Flood everywhere, but then there's like some Covenant fleeing, like, weird spots. It's interesting. Yeah, Sloth got stuck here for a while. I thought there was a shotgun here. Must have been wrong. Or it like phased through the map or something. So there's no like flavor text from keys either. Like him like suffering and like kind of going delusional from being like a flood, like being converted to a flood. None of that flavor text actually exists here, like that flavor dialogue exists, because remember, Keyes is technically dead at this time, so it's like you just don't get any of that, but there is like still the full dialogue on this level. So it's like interesting, like this was kind of the original design. So this room's a lot darker. There's also some like flood gas there. This does have finished lighting. It's just kind of that, the outside portion and the hangar portion that have unfinished lighting. Oh shit. I'm dead. I'm not dead. Shit. That was close. Run! There was a med kit here. It definitely got launched somewhere from my frag. I just don't know where. So, static objects like the med kits do get launched when you shoot an explosive at them. So, there it is. You can see it all the way over there. So this med kit actually got launched from all the way over there from my frag. Spawns like right there, and the nade just blew it all around the room. In retail, they made those static objects not have any physics, so that's why like frag grenades that were already there don't just chain react, because they just don't have physics. Was a bit of an interesting thing from this build. And I did have to do all that manually. I had to manually turn on all the physics for every single static object in the game. I did it with a script. I didn't actually go through and manually check boxes, but yeah, I did need to kind of break that. Here's something interesting as well. There's like a little thing that's jutting out. There is no cutscene or Keyes model. This is why you can't do the flood bump, because this doesn't switch the BSP, so you'll never be able to do that. So we have gotten the head of Captain Keyes. There's no flood that spawn over here in this build either. So you can just... I'm gonna die. Damn. Alright, I'm gonna rush through.
Let's go back to the shuttle bay and find a ride.
The problem is the AI is so much more alert, so you can't just like rush through like you do in the retail version. Big pain in the ass. Whoops. Gotta be careful here. Yeah, it looks like a door. There's a lot of like... On TNR too, I don't think I mentioned this. On TNR, there's a whole... There's like there's like more to the brig section. They were going to have more than just the 2 brigs they have in there. It's just... it's like everywhere. Like there's... I think there's like 2 or 3 more in addition to what was supposed to be there. They're just all blocked off. But there's some like remnants that remain. There's like some doors and whatnot that are still there in this build, which is kind of interesting. So they were going to have more brigs that you'd have to explore to find Captain Keyes. I'm going to try to get the fuck out of here. There we go. So here's the problem. Yeah, there's like all these enemies we left alive are still here, I think. Okay, looks like we're good. I thought they would still be here, but apparently not. Here comes our way out of here. Takes a lot longer for the Banshees to come in. Oh, God. Yeah, this one gets stuck in the wall. Little janky-ass cutscene here that you still have control over. And that's it. And Maw. So, this skybox is so much more interesting to me because it's like, it's a lot more low res, right? Also, that's where you start. It's so much more low res. It's weird. It's like doesn't have really many mountains. You can really tell it's just a flat texture, whereas in the retail version, at least they tried to make it look like it wasn't just a flat texture. It looks like a Half-Life skybox. Yes, agree. That is exactly what it looks like. Whoops. There's also no fire down from the Banshee, because, you know, they didn't really do the cutscene yet or anything, so. Dude, what the fuck? Also, the ambience on the maw is really scary. If you kind of listen to it. You hear this for most of the level. I think, when Helpless originally showed me this build on his OG Xbox, when we booted into Maw, that was like the first thing I noticed. I'm like, this is like kind of creepy. Like the ambience is all you hear, and it's like, I don't know. I found it a lot more creepy. Like this build kind of freaked me out a little bit when I first saw it because of that. Maw is a very creepy level. So here is something I really wish they kept in retail. I don't think it's in retail, at least. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong here. There's a sniper, which makes this next section a lot nicer. I'm gonna put it right there. There is a flamethrower here as well, but flamethrower is kind of ass. And the sniper makes this section a lot nicer. Because, like, this section always felt very, like, horrible to me in retail. Because, especially on Legendary, because, like, it's a big open area, and they just don't give you the weapons to deal with this. Because they spawn in a bunch of enemies coming out of there. So having something like a sniper actually gives you something that you can sort of use for this room, which is something I always really like about this build, having the sniper. That's really all we need it for. We don't really need it for anything else in regard to pistol. Oh yeah, especially on 343, if you open Sapien and you go to the flood reveal room and you just listen to the ambience, it is legitimately creepy. Like, very creepy. Oh, I missed him. Interesting. Oh my god, he's got the freaking angs, dude. So the fuel rod guns, they don't have like the little plasma light effect when they're about to explode, so they just sort of lay there and then just suddenly explode. Just keep that in mind. Yeah, the sniper turning into a needler, I don't think seems to happen. Like, it doesn't seem to happen on this build. I got it to reproduce once, but I haven't really been able to do it again. It does kind of happen sometimes. It's a little weird. So here's another placeholder cutscene. This is supposed to be the bridge cutscene, and oh no, the monitor. But then, you know, it just spawns in these guys, and that's it. So, yeah. Oh shit. Well, game crashed. That's okay. Hang on. We'll boot right on back in. The resume button does work if this ever happens to you. We are back in. Crap. Oh no. Hang on. There we go. Let's hide that watermark. We have to go back to the bridge. That's okay. That wasn't 343. That was because I hit the free cam button, and sometimes HCM likes to crash your game. Which still could be 343's fault, but I really can't blame them in this instance because I'm using a hack tool, which, you know, is editing the game's memory. That's naturally going to cause problems every now and then. Oh, shit. I think we're good there. I'm going to make a custom checkpoint here just in case. There we go. Kind of see more of the skybox here, including the big gas giant and all that. It's kind of neat. I think this is all in retail too, but I always like looking at it. It's always kind of funny that you're like inside the cliff. So one somewhat confusing thing is in 1749, it doesn't lock this door. So you can go back out through the cafeteria. You don't want to do that though. You actually want to go back through here because this door will now open. In retail, they naturally went and locked that door because it was obviously very confusing. Like people would, I imagine playtesters definitely like backtracked when they weren't supposed to. They're supposed to go through here, but I mean the door was open. Sometimes it's hard to remember where you came from, especially on a first playthrough. So something a little unique there. So it's very clear that like a lot of what you see was ultimately changed because of playtesting. Here's some more unbaked lighting. God, these sentinel sounds are so derpy. They also don't explode when they die. They just sort of like whoosh, and that's it. Like, they don't damage you or anything. All right, I see so many... There's extra sentinels here, by the way, but I see so many people miss this Easter egg, so I'm going to point out to you. There's a hidden Easter egg in this room. Don't go up to the second floor and kill all the enemies in this room. So once you do that, kill all them. Once you do that, look up here. Oh, come on. Come on. Spot in. Must have messed it up somehow. Or it already happened. Hang on, maybe if I go up here. Oh, there it is. Monitor flanked by 2 sentinels. So Monitor's on his way to the reactor room, presumably. I think the reason that they cut that encounter was because the Monitor is already in the reactor room, right? Like that's how the Monitor shut down the countdown. So the only way that would happen is if the Monitor left the reactor room and then came back, which doesn't really make sense. So I imagine that's why they cut that little Easter egg encounter. Also, the ambience over here is creepy. There's so many like little things like this. The second half of this game is like legitimately a horror game in a lot of ways. Like it's just creepy. These guys do infinitely spawn until you come through. I believe there's no OS, which there's not. And this room has that creepy ambience again. So this should be it for the non-baked lighting. I want to get a checkpoint here because I want to show something. Maybe I can get one just naturally. Come on, eat me. There we go. I don't know what Bungie was cooking with this, but there's a rocket launcher flood right there. That is, like, such a troll spot to put a rocket launcher flood. It's actually unreal. So I am going to use this rocket for something in particular. Gonna make sure I have full ammo with it. Oh god. There we go. Yeah, that is such a troll spot. I'm not surprised at all that they went ahead and cut that out. Because that is that is quite the spot. Okay, so particular reason why I wanted to hang on to this rocket, which I will show here. So, I'll leave that there. All the rocket launchers in this room, you'll notice there's no rocket launcher ammo, and every single rocket in this room has literally 2 bullets in it. So you can't pick up any ammo from them. So literally what Bungie wanted you to do was shoot your 2 rockets at the reactors and then come back here to get another rocket launcher. That's what they wanted you to do. That was their intention. Which is hilarious. I'm just going to use this. They actually expected you to go back after this, which is... I can easily imagine... And it's also like you can't pick up ammo, so like you specifically have to bring another weapon with you to drop for another rocket launcher. So it's... yeah. Also, sentinels spawn in this room like right away. In retail, it actually waits a little bit till after some dialogue plays out, but here it's just instant. Because Cortana doesn't actually say anything this like entire mission. There is another really big troll here as well, which I think, you know, y'all were watching Sloth play this. These reactors, they just flap shut like that, and then they open extremely slow. It's still opening. Still opening. Still opening. It's going to be the same one over here. Still opening. It opens very slow, and then they just instantly shut when they reach their peak. So yeah, there's only like a short bit where you can actually hit them like that. It's actually a little funny. No, you can't. You can't pick up ammo from the other rockets because there's no spare ammo. They each only have 2 shots loaded and nothing else. So you can't pick up ammo or anything. There we go. See if I can do that to this one too. I think that was good. Another one just in case. There we go. So that's it. There's no big womp womp alarm. Just these center ones start opening, which lets you know you can progress. Saving these rockets for this part. I'm going to make a checkpoint here because there's something a little funny. Bye. So, this trigger in particular, this whole thing right here, it doesn't actually wait until, until, like, it fully comes down, so it'll just go away like that. So something else, I'm going to make another custom checkpoint. I think if you just walk on this, it'll also cause a problem. Nope, okay, so that was fixed. So if you walk on that elevator too fast, it'll just start going up without you. So there's absolutely no dialogue. The timer starts super early. It's also a wide timer. Timer starts super early, and you get 7 minutes. There is unused dialogue in the tags for we have 7 minutes before the fusion drives detonate, so that's kind of like what that's about. These flood can cause you to flip, so be careful. There is a ghost here if you'd rather go in style. The timer is also green, yes. Which the ghost is a lot easier to get through this part. The lighting is fully unbaked, but the second half will have baked lighting. The ghost feels slow. It is, I think it is slower. But I'm not 100% sure on that. Oh shit. Oh fuck. CE Ghost, ladies and gentlemen. I agree, like maybe on Legendary they add like ghosts or something. That'd be kind of cool. I think the ghost might actually be faster than the Warthog. I'd be curious to like to time it. Oh god, you just cannot go near an edge in this thing. Holy shit. I feel like if you do this properly, right? Like you actually drive properly, this might actually be faster than the Warthog. I do want to do a speed run of 1749. I feel like that'd make for a fun video as well. $360 swag with the ghost. I can probably make that happen. Also, I did mention this in the video. Oh, I didn't mention this, but there is a floor here. It just doesn't render. This is where the lighting should be complete. Is there a hog back there? There is. I'm gonna throw a checkpoint here just in case. This is where Foehammer's supposed to die, but there's no no cutscene or anything. This area is also a lot darker, I noticed. Foehammer does live in 1749. Except there is debug scripts. Like there's debug text that says Foehammer dies here. It just doesn't print because this isn't a debug build. This isn't a debug build of the CE engine, I should say. You'd see it in Sapien. No thirsty grunt, unfortunately. So much spooky lighting gone, yeah. I do like how, like, much more dynamic the lighting in this feels. So it's a little upsetting in a way, but I'm gonna make a custom checkpoint here just in case I die. Let's see if I can do this. Ayo. Oh. Well. That's tough. We'll just do that instead. I think you can fall down there and soft lock, which is why they removed the ghost, by the way. Because it took me a while to die. Oh my god, let me in. This fucking cursed vehicle. There is also no barrels. Or a ship. And, so the debug text at this section just says, you won, hip hip hooray. So, you just get here and... that's it. Fun fact, when I first ported this build over, so that takes away the timer and instantly ends the level. If you instantly end the level right there, MCC actually crashes. So I had to have a little wait. I waited like 3 seconds after making the timer go away before calling game 1. So yeah, very anticlimactic end, but that's 1749. Just, it literally is. Oh, I'm gonna get the exact text. Hold on. Hold on. Let me get the exact text here. Open up the folder. Too bad they never finished the game. Yeah, this is a beta build from an unused Xbox game called Halo. It was never actually finished, and it was canceled. So, honestly, if that happened, we probably wouldn't be talking about the Xbox. Like, no joke. Like, the Xbox would not be a thing. Like, this game kind of made the Xbox a thing. You win, and there was much rejoicing, is exactly what it says. And then it ends the timer, and then I added a sleep for 3 seconds, and then game 1, and that's it. And that is the 1749 build of Halo CE. So I did notice a question earlier. Does this build have any changes to the cut gravity rifle? And the answer is no. So the gravity rifle is... Oh, it's actually right there. Saw it in the YouTube chat, but whatever. The gravity rifle is in this game, but it's still broken and unfinished. It's still like in retail, where it's just not a finished weapon and it's all glitchy and causes weird effects. That was something they definitely cut a lot earlier. Oh no, you're all good, Brian. And welcome. So yeah, like that was something that was just super unfinished, even in this build. So yeah. So is the restream bot not a mod? It's not. Let me fix that. Why? There's no fixed version of the gravity rifle. Yeah, is it Scruffy, is it ever planned for Dig Site to have a working gravity rifle? I don't know what it's supposed to do, by the way. I did notice when I shot it at a tree, the tree started like shaking. It was like, and it was like, if I went near it, I died. It like caused a lot of really bad things to happen. Like, is there any plan to like finish it for Dig Site? If you can't say anything, that's fine. What's this thing? Okay. Yes, so Restream Bot is a moderator, it looks like. That's good on YouTube, I think. Yeah, there we go. That's good. Okay. And then I think here I just need to do a little test. Give me 1 second. Say test there. It should say test over here. There we go. And Restream Bot's a mod. So I think I was missing some chats from YouTube. I think because Restream wasn't a mod, like Twitch was like, no, you can't post that quick or something. But I think when you're a mod, you can do whatever. It would need to be remade from the ground up. It indirectly became the Hunter Assault Beam and the Shock Rifle. Okay. Interesting. The Shock Rifle. I think that's a Dig Site thing, right? I admittedly have not had a chance to dig too much into Dig Site. I know of some things in it, but I just haven't had a chance to like super dig into it. Can I port this fixed version to the Xbox? I think I can. I think I don't have a way to compile it for the original 1749 engine, but I think I could compile it for the original Xbox. I could also compile it for custom edition as well, though there would be a bunch of all of the rendering stuff would not port over correctly. I think you can port over a fixed version of the renderer, so it renders similar to MCC, but the rendering will be really broken with like the shader transparent generic bugs and all that. Regrets chair beam is even called gravity hammer. Interesting. The 64 megabyte Xbox, yeah. I mean, one thing I want to know, I do have the full tags and data up on my up on Nexus. I think I currently have the permissions set to you can't just like take it wholesale and put it up somewhere, but if you just like if you port it to Xbox, like I'm fine if you post that because that's technically a different mod at that point. So if someone wants to do that, I'm totally chill with that. You just reach out to me and I'll like give you the special permissions so Nexus doesn't like be weird about it. But yeah, like if someone wants to do that ahead of me, that's fine. I've never really built anything for the original Xbox or the custom edition. Like I focus on MCC's workshop because I know that the best. And it also is like the most accessible way for people to play mods right now. So I was like, I want to get this to, you know, in a way that's super accessible. But like I'm totally cool if people take this and like make it work with custom edition and original Xbox. It would take me a bit to like do that because I've just never done it before. But if somebody else is like, I've done this a trillion times, I'll do it myself, then that's cool. Hey, Electric Turtle Games. So, yeah, I'd be like totally fine with that. Switch over to this one. So, yeah, that's going to be it for me, though, I think. My voice is slowly started to fall apart this stream because of all the talking, but that's okay. I think I held it together.